George North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government of this parliamentary republic of Barbados is to be congratulated for following through on its commitment to introduce this bill. A bill which not only reinforces the social contract between this government and its citizens, but a bill which, when passed into law, would have the possibility, as we heard earlier from the Honorable Member of St. James Central, it will have the possibility of addressing a number of wrongs that successive working class governments have failed to address. It also pursues the objective of enfranchisement, citizenship empowerment, and remembering forgotten groups, all the things that this government has committed to in its manifesto and has been following through on for the past 3 years. Mr. Speaker, the Minister with responsibility for small business and entrepreneurship took us through a journey through time to remind us how street vending in this country has been characterized as a nuisance that needed to be regulated, but not regulated for the kinds of changes that the bill and the report before us have considered, but regulated for punitive measures. I'm proud today that this bill recognizes the need for regulation, yes, but not to impose penalties on vendors, but to offer some safeguards to many working class people, the many who have chosen street vending as the means by which they will gain a livelihood, but also for the many others that had no other alternative employment option and chose vending as a means to get by. This bill, in my mind, truly reflects the mind of a government towards its people. Mr. Speaker, we are happy to hear from the Member of Parliament for St. James Central in his presentations, the one on August 31st and then again today, that this bill seeks in a real way to bring some formalization to vending, thereby confirming their right to take advantage, a meaningful advantage of market opportunities. Because I am aware of that important fact, and even after we have gone through the Joint Select Committee process that I was a part of, I still remain concerned. And again, it was raised this morning in hearing the Honorable Member of St. James Central. I remain concerned that notwithstanding our mind as a government and the intention to curtail the stigma associated with vending, that in a sense we may have not gone the full extent to which we could have. I have no doubt that many will disagree with where I am going, but it is my view that this being the first order of business for this Parliament after we have become a parliamentary republic, I still have the sense that in a small way we are singling out vendors as the kind of people who, in the course of plying their trade, need a bit more regulation than some others. And the reason that I say so has to do with the section, I think it's section 18, that speaks about vendors should not, in the course of vending, consume or be under the influence of alcohol. When I heard the Honorable Member for St. James Central again this morning, and of course we debated it in the Joint Select Committee, I can't help but think, even as we are classifying vending and vendors as legitimate entrepreneurs and business owners, I can't help reflecting in my mind on what other businesses and what other areas of business are business owners told that they have to control whether they drink alcohol and the extent to which they're under the influence. It is expected, that would be a given, that people would know this. But why is it that for the vending class, we have to be stipulating that during the course of playing their trade, they should not consume or be under the influence of alcohol? As parliamentarians, as hoteliers, as other business owners, the answer is no. So the question is, why do we believe that vendors necessarily are the type for whom we must prescribe and we must outline what they should or should not do? So even as we were hearing it this morning, and even as we have taken pains to ensure that we do a lot of that which is right, this is yet another area that still concerns me. Not fundamental in any way, but concerns me that we need to tighten. I note with interest, and when this issue came up in the Joint Select Committee, Barvin was not opposed to it because it was their view that they want to bring decency to what they do. But it is not a constraint or limitation or requirement in any other area for which we assume that people behave decently. I noted that they did not take exception, but I'm merely saying that we must still examine for ourselves the extent to which the colonial cloak perhaps still is so entrenched in our psyche that it causes us to think that some things are okay and acceptable for one set, but must be spelled out or qualified for another set. I'll leave that there. I'm happy to recognize that the legislation is a move in the right direction. We've recognized, and even by my comment just now, that it is not necessarily a panacea to correct all the wrongs from the past, the wrongs that have been done to the vending community. In the implementation, therefore, I regard that the task is ours to monitor very carefully to ensure that a number of the potential regulatory hiccups that can occur and the administrative and financial impediments that we have sought to correct, that in formalizing vending, we do not expose this very important group to it. Such things as the impact on the target group, the vending community, for reporting, that in inspection and compliance procedures and the paperwork required and so on, the delays that we have sought to avert in decision making so that people will not be denied the opportunity to ply their trade. We have an obligation to ensure that in the rollout, that in the implementation of this bill, that those things that we have tightened on to protect the vending community, that in reality they're being adhered to. Mr. Speaker, I am in no way suggesting that we take shortcuts to the administration and enforcement of the bill. I'm merely suggesting that we often hear and experience firsthand too many levels of bureaucracy within and across government that serve as a deterrent to business facilitation in whatever form in this country. We must therefore be conscious to ensure that processes do not become a hindrance to what we have committed to the vending community in our discussions before, during the joint committee stage, and in the formulation of the bill before us. We must seek to ensure that the system is as effective as possible to encourage and facilitate individuals plying their trade who are seeking and who have always been seeking to make an honest dollar. Mr. Speaker, note is taken of the fact that there will be an establishment of a national vending committee, which amongst other things will be responsible for advising the relevant ministries, the ministry responsible for public markets, the minister responsible for beaches and so on the monitoring and ensuring continued upgrade and maintenance of vending zones. This is important. And they will also be responsible for monitoring the compliance of vendors with the conditions applicable to vending zone allocated to them and the conditions under which the zone has been allocated. However, I want to applaud the Honorable Member of Parliament for St. James Central in his capacity as the minister responsible for overseeing this. I want to commend him for the commitment and the very detailed work and the attention that has been given to even examining where possible vending zones could be. And even as we heard comments earlier, as he and the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Transport and Works would have literally walked the highways and so on just to ensure that everything is in order. But too often, and I not only speak of Barbados, but I speak of other areas where efforts have been undertaken to formalize the informal sector. Too often, we find that entrepreneurs are then zoned into areas where they may have amenities, where they may have enhanced facilities, where they can have the opportunities to unburden themselves from time to time, but areas that are so far removed from regular activity that it does not make it easy for the average customer to access them. And I therefore know that during the work of the Joint Select Committee, that particular attention was given to highlighting this fact. The Association of Wayside Vendors raised it, and commitment was expressed that such would not be the case, and that the steering committee, the National Vending Committee, will also have input and so on. And this is good on paper, but too often what we recognize in the rollout is that oftentimes what is committed is not what is practiced, and it is my sincere wish and it's my sincere commitment too, as a part of this government, to ensure that we honor the commitments that we have made. And when I speak of vendors sometimes being allocated to areas that might not be the best areas for playing a trade, I speak, Mr. Speaker, also as one who has an interest in the glebe market in my constituency. The glebe market has been established. People are allowed at generous rents to go and play the trade. But the location and the combination of the setup, location and how it is set up, and the conditions often limit the extent to which the vendors there can truly play their trade. I mean, when you come down past the polyclinic, if you don't know what you're looking for, you just almost butt up on something and you want to know what's that. And even if some person tells you it's a market, it's not the kind of space that you can easily maneuver and go back to. And we have to be careful when we are allocating people to spaces, especially entrepreneurs that will only derive meaningful intake from activity, that we don't seclude people and put them in isolated spaces where there isn't much going on. And perhaps this might be a good time to indicate my intention to speak to the different ministries and so on to ensure that that glebe market gets some attention and we could get some more hype of activity. Well, it's surrounding their school and a church. That's not exactly what one considers an area of meaningful consumer kind of activity. But that's a subject for another time. So the point I was making is that we have to be very careful in allocating spaces and making sure that the regulatory regimes that govern where, when, and how vendors operate are regimes that, in the implementation, work and make sense for the persons that we are seeking to enfranchise. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of inconsistent enforcement, that's the other area I want to touch. The proposed legislation supports the right to work, and it clearly recognizes that with rights come responsibilities. I'm therefore happy to see that the National Vending Committee will have the opportunity to support the relevant government agencies and departments in advising on standards that must be adhered to by vendors, including the standards for personal cleanliness and hygiene. But, Mr. Speaker, while this is a good thing, when we enforce these standards on the vending community, and then there's another set of persons operating in business, some might call it big business, where we don't enforce similar standards, it can seem like you're picking on the small man. And just like the point on alcohol, this point is not made to say that we should not enforce hygiene and cleanliness standards and awareness of the environment and so on for the vending community. But as a society, as a republic that is saying this is who we are, one would like to think that going forward, these are things that we insist upon and enforce for everybody. And I take this opportunity to express my profound pleasure that this government has finally made the time, has finally found the way, really, not made the time, because efforts were being put in, but found the way to begin some very important environmental assessments in the Lower State area. And I connect it because I'm speaking about awareness of the environment and cleanliness and preserving and ensuring good environmental standards. Because the issue in Lower State is one where for 3 years, residents in that area and surrounding areas would have found themselves spending large sums, exhausting sums on medical bills, being literally sick. Visitors to the area only have to be in it for a short while to find that they can't breathe at times. And that situation continued to be aggravated, and one had to wonder, why was this the case when all the agencies of government that ought to have been doing something were involved, and why was the situation allowed to exacerbate in the way it did? So as I was reflecting on the standards that we are trying to set for the vending community and agreeing with them, I couldn't help but think that in a Barbados that belongs to all of we, standards must apply to all of we, so that we would not create among us the us and them, or the animal farm mentality that some things are good for some and different for others, depending on whether you have 4 legs to stand on or 2. Mr. Speaker, one final thing. As we move to formalize the informal sector, we must also have in focus the need to promote sustainable and inclusive and effective social protection systems, including social protection floors. We must therefore commit to working with Barvin, the Association of Wayside Vendors, Barnufo, and the National Transformation Initiative and other stakeholders to ensure that vendors and others in the informal sector are trained to support themselves to reach high standards of economic efficiency, yes, but to have built-in guarantees for social protection, especially that will see them through to pensionable age. At the NAS, there's too many instances observed of people who have worked at different points during their adult life and who reach pensionable age. And when they go and apply for a pension, they can't get one because they found that they have not contributed sufficiently into the system. And what they get is the sum total of the contributions that they have made, but nothing that will secure them through pensionable age. Pursuit of the New Deal under a new republic, under a system that we are seeing now is uniquely ours, Barbadians working together for Barbadians, must cause us therefore to revisit our entire system of social security, to see how the safety net could be widened to support workers in the informal sector and the self-employed, not only for when they reach pensionable age, but of course also during employable age. I speak of support for periods of incapacity and injury and so on. As it stands, our system, our social security system, would allow the self-employed to pay into the system, and it could secure them for pensions, but it does not make similar allowance for moments or periods of incapacity that will take place during one's employment. And it is on that point that, wearing another hat, Mr. Speaker, I had to impress on our government to ensure that where we were calling people self-employed, we revisited this, where we were saying people were on contracts for employment as opposed to of employment, that we really had to revisit this. And even where people were engaged for short-term periods and we found them being engaged for longer-term periods, that we had to revisit this to ensure that this government wasn't trying to fix one problem, unemployment, and creating another problem that will find people working meaningfully for a year, 2 years, 3 years, and not having the benefit of social security, which should be in the entitlement of any person engaged in decent labor in this country. I am pleased, therefore, that while I was out of the island 2 sittings ago, we moved to close those gaps, and that is something that should bring some meaningful relief to the many that have been hired under such contracts. Mr. Speaker, the proposed legislation is about promoting the right to work and to earn a decent livelihood. It is about fulfilling the objective of putting people at the center of economic and social policies. Yet another attempt of this government to remove discrimination and the trappings of enslavement that ought not to be present in the parliamentary republic of Barbados. It is in moments like these that I am particularly proud to identify with the good work that is being done by the government on behalf of the people of Barbados. And in expressing that pride, I therefore, as I take my seat, extend special thanks to the people of St. George North who empowered me to serve with this government which is a party in government, and be a part of this very proud moment where we could give meaning, give true meaning to worker empowerment, worker enfranchisement, and give true meaning to what our anthem announces, that we should be craftsmen of our faith. And that is exactly what we have been doing here today through our support for this bill. So today is indeed one of those proud moments, Mr. Speaker, and I am obliged and happy to support the bill and the report of the committee before us.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will try not to be as long as the honorable member for St. James Central and the minister with responsibility for portfolio oversight of matters such as the one before us. But I want to express to him compliments, Mr. Speaker, in being able to guide this process and with such expedited speed as to have the bill move from first instance of presentation through select committee stage back here for final debate and hopefully passage. I do not know that there's anyone on that side that will vote against it. I don't plan to vote against it or even call for a divide today, because I believe that it is a piece of legislation which is very progressive, which has found its time, which perhaps has arrived behind its time, and will really serve in the interest of a large section of our economic community. Indeed, will impact positively many families across Barbados, and many families in Barbados which have been raised in challenging circumstances through the enterprise of vending of various commodities in various ways historically in Barbados. So I commend the minister. I know that when things go to committee stage, sometimes around here, they come back after quite some time, or sometimes never come back at all. Well, this one has come back in good time, and I commend him and the staff at the Office of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, indeed the Deputy Chief Parliamentary Counsel herself, helping lead the process there, and members of the committee who participated in that. Mr. Speaker, for me, it is a matter of democratization of our processes within the economic space we call Barbados. I speak much about this because I believe if we are to change Barbados in meaningful ways, we need revolutionary pieces of legislation passed through this parliament to achieve that end, that will change the relationship of the majority class in Barbados to the economic benefits that we are able to derive through our efforts as an economy. So the process of democratization in the economy is taking place in this particular instance. We need to continue to business of revolutionizing our economy in meaningful ways such as this. Of course, we don't have this debate unless we reflect upon the positive and negative roles of this parliament, this institution, over time in Barbados. Some dark days and some very negative discriminatory pieces of legislation passed in the hallowed halls of this honorable institution, even not if in this building. But today is a day where we highlight a positive being done by this parliament, and it should be hailed. You know, I believe that some of the best components of any economic architecture which we build must entail the bringing together of community, of culture, and of commerce. And I don't know of anything better than vending that brings together those elements of community, of commerce, and of culture. Vending has been pretty much part of the Barbadian culture historically, even in situations of force regulations remained a part of survived as a part of the Barbadian culture. It's still with us today, and in many instances, it is thriving today. It takes place in the bedrock at the community level and touches people's lives down there where they actually live. And it's not only a Saturday morning activity or a weekend activity. For many now, it's a daily activity. So community touches culture and engages in commerce. And that is bringing together the principal elements of what I think is great economic activity, and that we can enshrine that in a better platform in a better legislative platform, I think redounds to the betterment of many in this country and to the country itself. Now, I always like to deal with practicalities, and I think in the workings out of this New Deal, one of the things that should be addressed is the actual cost of products, of items to vendors. Perhaps that's costs coming forward from the wholesalers level. Perhaps beyond the wholesalers' input to those costs, there are the tax impositions by government that do affect the cost of products and items sold. So that because of government taxation policy, I still think that that is something which needs to be reviewed and indeed revolutionize itself if we're going to revolutionize the economy. Taxation policy of the government in Barbados today is a right. It has been for a while. We need to look at that and see the negative impact upon the cost to the farming community, the agricultural sector, the cost, therefore, also to wholesalers through imports, and then, by extension, the cost to those who are engaging in vending as a means of livelihood, and ultimately passed on to poor consumers in Barbados who must eat in order to live, but who can't afford to buy that which they need to eat. Hence, Mr. Speaker, that is a sure formula for a poor quality of living, and especially in challenging times with the health profile that we have. We can't eat properly, then we're serious. So we have to look at the cost of things around the issue of vending. That's the practicality. We've got to try it. I think the legislation in part attempts to do that, to bring the vending community into the formal economy. The Honourable Member of St. George just spoke, and tellingly so, and specifically and directly so, about the matter of social benefits, protections. You bring them into the formal economy, and that is one of the benefits which is derived. You bring them into the formal economy, of course, it also speaks to a cost that must be accommodated and planned for by then. She also spoke to the matter of improved standards, and that's one of the reasons why you have to bring them into the formal economy, so that we may see the improvement of standards that attach to their service, standards that attach to the quality of the produce which they offer on the market, and of course, like I said, that they may be beneficiaries of those social protection elements attaching to participation in the formal rather than the informal economy. You've got to try very hard, even beyond this legislation. Legislation itself will not do it, Mr. Speaker, to remove the survivalist disposition that is attaching to vending as one of its prime motivators. And a lot of people are in vending now because they can't find anything else to do. And it is all right to set the legislation in place, but I believe that we've got to so attack the culture by various means that the culture takes on some further positive dynamics, so that people get into vending, not because I have to fall back on that. There's nothing else I can do. I just lost my job. Pandemic is impacting the place. Tourism sector shut down. My company was finding it hard. They had to lay off people, and therefore I have to resort to vending. That's a survivalist mindset that is going to be necessary in some instances, but that should not be something that is overly necessary in a Barbados of 2021. And if we're going to put this type of legislation in place, which, as I said, is revolutionary, then we've got to see what else we can do to so make vending appealing and attractive to many that that survivalist mindset ceases to be the prime motivator of things for the day. Elevate these people to the class of being business persons. The legislation is intending to signal that and to give substance to that, but I think we've got to do something about impacting the culture in various ways so that this is something which is internalized and then therefore becomes a major driver for those involved in vending. Now, the Eagle Hall market, Mr. Speaker, is a scandal, and I don't use the word scandal in the same way I would use it perhaps with respect to vaccines. But that is something which should be put behind us.
Continue, Honorable Member, please. Honorable, continue.
Mr. Speaker, this type of petulant behavior coming from allegedly mature practitioners of politics and governance in this country is rather disappointing. I'm simply saying that the thing at Eagle Hall, which represents the market, is really a scandal. That should never have been left to appear like that. You know, Mr. Speaker, I first went to St. Michael West. And I put to the Prime Minister of the day that we need to do something to finish quickly as possible the market at Eagle Hall and make it more amenable to its intended purpose. I was shocked when I discovered that it was done. It was already done. That was it. That which appeared then was the final product of somebody's architectural thinking. I said, there's a scandal. I understood later it was an import from somewhere in the Asian region of this world. But it does not serve any significantly good purpose. You know, Mr. Speaker, you are next door. Your people come across there as well. You see it. And I think that there's enough space in the area that proper attention could be put to that, to expand it. That is a very popular area for vending of agricultural produce on weekends and otherwise. There are no other things being sold in the area apart from strictly mainstream agricultural produce. And I think, Mr. Speaker, we need to have someone look at that to see how we can remedy that, enhance what is now there in existence, and to make it a very viable space for market activity. I certainly think that there's a physical space that would allow for that, so we can put that monstrosity to better and more productive use. Mr. Speaker, there are a couple of other groups, and while I hear what is being done for vendors, there are a couple of other groups that I think are worthy of mention in debates such as that, because we need a better deal for them too, and we need a new deal for them too. Small contractors, Mr. Speaker, is one. We need a better deal for small contractors in Barbados. I think we have to admit that with respect to the agencies, state-related agencies, when contracts for services are being made available, small contractors are too often not sufficiently included or too often excluded, and their inability to get government contracts unless you are a card-carrying member of the party that has to be that is in office at the time. I think that is something in the mature Barbados, 2021, if we're advancing on the world stage, if we're advancing in terms of our own political structures and architecture, if we are advancing in our thinking, our philosophy, we need to put these things behind us. And you can't be only privileged to have a contract as a small builder in Barbados for services to be offered by state-related entities if you're a card-carrying member of the established party in government. We need to put these things behind us and build a more mature democracy and a more mature state infrastructure around our economy than that suggests that we have. There is a senator who speaks in the name of the government in the other place, the Honorable Upper House, and she herself has expressed, so I'm not first to say this, I'm not last to say this, neither is the first time I'm saying it, but she laments the lack of parity, to use her terms, lack of parity demonstrated in the procurement of goods and services when it comes to how small contractors are treated and then larger, more privileged entities in the construction sphere of activity are treated. So that as a group that I want to hail and to represent today as being in need of a new and better deal. If this is the era of new and better deals, I think that this is a group that needs to be brought into the arena of privilege as well, small contractors in Barbados. And then, of course, Mr. Speaker, the taxi operators and those who provide public service transport in Barbados using their private vehicles and so forth. I've heard the taxi drivers complain. I want to echo that complaint on their behalf. You cannot have people providing taxi service around hotel facilities in Barbados, occupying hundreds of tourists who are spending thousands of dollars, millions of dollars right across the sector, and then the taxi operators who must provide service for their guests are subjected to some of the poorest of quality of sanitary facilities being made available to them. We long past the day where a man has to go behind a pole or behind a wall or behind a tree to do that which is necessary. I think the honorable member for St. James Central got caught up in that type of thing this morning when he referred to the fact that people who are prompted by the chemical ongoings within the system feel the need to make recourse to outlets, and then there are none. I'm simply saying, Mr. Speaker, you can have taxi people making hundreds and thousands and millions of dollars for these hotel people, and they don't provide proper facilities. They spend money every few years, 4 or 5 years, to refurbish plant. I think that's about the standard frame of time, 4, 5, 6 years. And sometimes they are given subsidies by government to help. We had that recent exercise entered into on the program called BEST, BEST program, and they're giving taxpayers dollars to help them to do these refurbishments. Well, when you're going to refurbish your plant, spend some time in giving some consideration to those who are servicing your clientele by moving them from place to place safely, expeditiously, so that they enjoy their stay with you. Now, you can't have these people operating in primitive circumstances without the requisite sanitary facilities. So when these profits are being made, let some be plowed back into that type of thing. They also complain, Mr. Speaker, I've heard taxi men, I remember distinctly talking to one of them, came through the airport quite some time ago, 2 years ago, maybe, year and a half, and I was talking to him and asking him about the fee structure and stuff like that. And he first said it to me. I've heard it said by others since then. These people have not had a raise in fees since 2007. 2007, Mr. Speaker. 2007, taxi operators have not had a raise in fares in Barbados. I do not know that that is fair. Do not know at all that that is fair. If we are moving forward in this economy and considering everyone, don't want to be discriminatory in our policy arrangement, I don't know that that is fair. Public servants have had salary increases, I think, twice since 2007. Twice since 2007. That would be suggestive of the fact that most people, perhaps, who constitute this parliament today may have benefited from both those salary increases since 2007, but taxi people, taxi operators, have not had a raise in fare. Since then, Mr. Speaker, we've had increased government charges laid against them, increased government charges imposed upon their operations since 2007, adding to the strain that they face. We've seen bus fares increase, not that I am promoting or did ever promote at any stage that raise in bus fares to $3.50, because I thought it was sudden and certainly burdensome, almost horrific for some people who had to make many trips per day just to go to a job that was paying very little. I had to spend most of it on bus fare. But we've had the fares to the transport board increase, and taxi fares still not increased. We had increased cost of living in several respects, and I don't think anybody in Barbados will dispute the fact that we've had significant increases in the cost of living in Barbados. But taxi fares have been stopped where they were, say, 2007, Mrs. Spears, 14 going 15 years now. And these people have had to change vehicles, and they've had to meet the increased cost of living, and they've had to pay the increased impositions by government and all of that. And that's a serious thing. I was making a check. I discovered, or I was informed, that there were 4,500 taxi operators in Barbados. Didn't even realize that there were so many. 4,500, Mr. Speaker. But the parking space allocated for them, the parking spaces allocated for them is the same as when it was just 2,000. You understand that, Mr. Speaker? When we had 2,000 taxi operators in Barbados, the parking space available then remains the same today, that you have 4,500 taxis operating in Barbados. In fact, in some instances, it may even have been reduced by a little bit. And these may seem as things which don't really trouble us because we are not out there confronting this day by day, but those who must live in that economic space, those who must engage in that activity, face challenges of their own peculiar nature, just as vendors do with respect to their sphere of activity. We're not wanting to be discriminatory, and we're wanting to democratize the economy. We can't do that if we overlook certain elements. If there are taxi operators, if they're small contractors, they are worthy of our consideration as well. I've said before, Mr. Speaker, as well, I believe very strongly we need to privatize the public service, the public service transport sector of Barbados. We need to see the state withdraw into a position of a regulatory frame, making sure that there's a proper regulatory architecture in place, the state providing aspects of social service provision of transport for certain elements, but by and large the commercial sector of public transport in Barbados should become the purview principally privately of those who operate as owners in that sphere. And the state needs to withdraw in order to have these big, pretty, smooth riding electric buses. That's all right. But if we're going to be involved in transport, that's all right as a state. But we need to pull back from that and give these people space and a better sphere of activity attaching to the context within which they operate. Give them the due concessions, help them to get bigger vehicles, facilitate the development of cooperativism among them so that they can become viable owners and operators of a public transport service in Barbados and pull the state back from that. I believe that is necessary. If we want to democratize this economy, that is the way to go. Take the state out of it, give the concessions necessary, facilitate an establishment of a cooperative frame within which they can operate, properly regulate it, and let us go forward, empowering people, enfranchising people, and also better serving the economy. Now, the guys have been complaining, and I heard this complaint, and if it is justly made, I really think attention should be given to it. Because I heard taxi operators fairly loud in their complaint or lament recently that because of the celebration of the events around the establishing of the Republic in Barbados and the structures that were built up in spaces in town, they were deprived of an opportunity to provide a service because they did not have the parking spaces allotted to them. Now, these things will happen, and I'm not saying the tent should not have been set up, but the people are complaining that they were not informed or advised that it was going to go down. And I think it is unfortunate that if it was done as it needed to be done and they were not informed, that is not only disrespectful and discourteous, it seriously disadvantaged them. And their call is for some form of compensation. And I want to stand and say, in their interest, if in fact it went down without them being informed, and they were not advised that they were going to be deprived of parking spaces for almost a week. But then I think that that was wrong on the part of somebody, and I support their call for compensation. I'm just saying that if we're going to do it, we should do it properly, we should do it respectfully, because everybody's interests matters. And if we were going to set up some structure in front of one of the big operations in Barbados, and we did not advise that firm or that entity, you would hear no end of it. You can't treat small people this way. If it is necessary to set up the tents, fine. But tell people we're going to do this, you're going to lose a few days work, or you're going to have to relocate you. But you can't just do it and then give no alternative. I support their call for compensation, Mr. Speaker. I thank you. Done, bro.
Honorable Mr. Michael
Done.
East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mike.
First of all, I want to thank the Barbados government for having the courage for undertaking the number of fundamental changes that are important to my life, important to the life of the Pan-Africanist family across Barbados, to whom I would like to believe I have the authority to speak. And I want to say that Ashanta Santa, thank you, and I'm saying that because I'm talking about the people who came from the western corners of the African coast, living in a civilized environment, knowing very well what trade means, then to come into a new environment that's here to get engaged in trade in the form of what they describe as vending, that they are involved in a criminal activity. I'm saying that too, sir, because probably those who do not know much about West African history or culture would not be able to fully appreciate the point that I was making. But you can understand, if you had that knowledge or set about to have that knowledge, how the psychological damage that were done to our people in coming to a new Western environment, entangled in all the atrocities of slavery, a traditional form of imperialism, obviously perceived as criminal in general, having to live in an environment not being perceived as human, having to live in an environment where what is a common practice on the coast of Africa, the west coast of Africa, was perceived as legitimate and culturally accepted in the environment itself. Then to be called vendors. I had some, and I want to thank those members, and I want to thank the Honorable Minister from St. James Central, also for believing that I would be able to make some small contribution to the discussions on the modification of the first paper that came before the House of Assembly. And I also believe that there are very few with that kind of mindset that would have embraced many of the members who were sitting on the committee as competent and futuristic and academically sound individuals that can add to the creative thought of having what he would then describe as a Marxist-Leninist dialectical materialism principle in the ideology. Because because you can't be a colonialist or theatrical colonialist, or you ain't own nothing. And all types of people speak with great authority on these matters, damaged by colonialism, the heads damaged by colonialism, and expect to contribute to a new policy when they don't even know that there are other alternative means of governance and formations of politics and formations of law. Now, let me see if I find it. When I got up this morning, this dropped out my small bookshelf. It said, the early slave codes of the French, of
You're
course.
reading from where, honorable member?
Sir, this is a book written by Elsa Gouvert, The West Indian Slave Laws of the 18th Century. And this book speaks about the early slave laws of not only the French and the British, the Accord Nord, and the British as well. He said that the early slave laws of the British colonies, though not codified in this way, were generally retained as part of the slave laws of the islands during the 18th century. And even when these laws were repealed in detail, a continuity of principle can be traced. That even when the laws were repealed, you can trace the continuity of the influences of the laws that were there. I think that's what the person tried to explain. The early laws were elaborate. They emphasized change with changes in the lives of the islands, which mean the people, not the geology or the space and the size of the land. But the structure of the 18th century slave laws rests upon old laws which were molded and forced early at work in the islands. I don't want to read. That is very early in the chapter, so even if you don't like reading.
You're making that document the house, sir?
Sir, you want to take my book? I can bring one for you.
No, you have to. No, you're making a specific quote.
Right. Well,
I think you are
sir,
quite aware of the rules.
Yeah,
sir.
could I the court wish it? You believe that you're entitled to volumes of the text, or?
Honorable member, I control.
Well, I'm
this
just
space.
asking a question. Would you
control this space,
to
honorable member.
allow me to give 2 pages to the...
Yes, but that's all I'm saying.
Okay, thanks
Any
very much.
quotation that you make.
But sir, I need your guidance as a neophyte.
I just thought I would let you know, sir.
That's necessary. Right. So it is on page 9.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And just a word or a line or so finds itself over into page 10 of the text. Right? But we have a duty to our people. Unfortunately, politicians in these chambers before us ought to have known that they had a duty to these people in Barbados. But they also became actors and persons who were prepared to perpetuate the same colonial models. How could 17th century persons out of West Africa who were denied the opportunity to continue to practice their trades in the 17th century be allowed to be perceived as criminals, not for decades, but for centuries? None of them felt it was their responsibility to address these issues. That is why, regardless of how gradual and evolutionary the development has been, this is a radical change at the right time to address a situation that ought to be addressed since the 17th century. And worst of all, through self-government. When we had an opportunity to make the required changes, we keep tinkering and making the minor adjustments to the law. These are colonial laws that need now to be decolonized. And that is what we are doing, decolonizing the system. When you move Nelson as a symbol of colonialism. It's a form of decolonization. When you reach the stage of the Republic, you're still on the same trajectory of decolonization. That is what we did in '66 as well. But because of a gradualist policy, in some cases based on fear, and in some cases based on compromise, and in other cases, I don't know, based on what, but for some reason, we ask ourselves, why should we go as far in 1966 as we went? And we did not move the Queen of England. Why we had black philosophers speaking to us in the first quarter, not the second, of the 20th century. We had a man called Marcus Messiah Garvey. And what was Garvey saying to us back then? Where are your kings and queens? Where are your men and women of high affairs? He wasn't talking about if he believed that Queen Elizabeth II or any of the members of the British royal family ought to be perceived as our kings and queens, he would not have raised the issue. He obviously was thinking about royalty out of Africa. Or metaphorically, he was thinking about leadership, but not necessarily royalty, when he made the point. But he could not understand how the enslaver could become head of state of any colony in the Caribbean, and Prescott, sorry, I believe I was allowed to call him my name, and others, would have to go and take up a Bible. After I went around, asked poor people for votes in the Ivy and Licorice Village, ordinary people in St. Barnabas, I was a little scared to go to the members' house because I wasn't too sure. He's on Government Hill. But all through those communities, the Pine Licorice Village, all of us went on feet and knocked doors. Most of the time, the environment was rather cordial, but every now and then you stumble on an individual that the environment becomes very hostile, right? But we kept asking for the support of the people, younger than us, older than us, from all different classes, from all different creeds. And those persons decide, this is the person I want to represent my interests. Not Prescott interests, not any of the honorable members in here interests, the people's interests. That is why we are called parliamentary representatives. We are here to represent the interests of the people. But then I had the privilege, the unfortunate privilege, to go to Government House, and those special noble facilities, more than once, twice, 3 or 4 times, and many times substituted for some minister. I had to go there dressed in my finest wear. All the required decorum that is necessary in the presence of the governor. I had to make sure, regardless of what my training has been, I had to make the necessary adjustments to be appropriately dressed and also to have the appropriate behavior to suit an environment, to go and say, I pledge allegiance to the Queen, her heirs and successors. And nothing to do with the people. Nothing to do with the people. I don't know how people can dismiss the importance of these forms of decolonization, whether it's the Vendors Act, whether it's the fundamental change of republicanism, Whether it's the independence of 66, whether it's the self-government of 51, whether it's the respect for the location that we were on with the battles of 1937, the Clement Pain. And you know the strange thing? I said that life is a real contradiction. Because the real people who went on the battlefield in 1937, I did not see much of them around me at that celebration. I saw people that were not supportive of any thought of republicanism. I saw people that never said anything favorable to the very persons on the very ground. I mean Clement Pain and Israel Lovell. I saw them there. I saw them there. And if you don't watch yourself, as much years and times that you spend down in the trenches, nobody will remember you or that you made any meaningful contribution. They lay claims all of a sudden to the people's revolution. They lay claims to it. I saw some of them there that I am still wondering what will happen tomorrow morning if I ask them, if you are so patriotic and you love this country so bad, that QC that we gave, that the Queen gave you, really MBE, something that's given the British Empire, all of these things that you have, would you be prepared tomorrow morning to demonstrate the sacrifice, because you will call it a sacrifice, and say, look, now that we have reached this level, which I respect so much, would you be prepared to give me an honor? Because I don't even know if they would believe that is equivalent. That is the damage of colonialism. I don't even know if they would believe that is equivalent, sir. But would you be prepared to give up all of that foolishness? A symbol of greatness through colonialism. And upset a local honor from the people of Barbados. I put that challenge to them. I put that challenge to them. The honorable member tells me to use the vernacular one. Right? We are in a sad state. We are in a sad state. And when you begin to talk about decolonizing the mind now, what people call psychological emancipation, that will be a testament. If they can make such a sacrifice, or I don't deal with pretenders. I will hope that the Barbadian public see them as pretenders, because this Republican form of government must mean something to every Barbadian. And those, even if we didn't respect people before, at least you should pause and tell yourself we are about to build a new Barbadian humanity. It's a neo-modern concept. That is what is happening not just in the Republican form of government, but in the legislation which we have today that is coming seconds after the celebration of the Republic. They got something, wherever you might be able to explain these theoretical concepts, and theology might be able to give you a better understanding than I would probably have to talk to you. But there's some kind of cosmic force that is responsible for the synchronization of what is happening today, that the first piece of statutory modification of the law and the inspiration which it gave the honorable member from St. James. Or, well, that is when you are involved in treacherous behavior, but I strongly believe that although you were not born into the same environs that I have been born into, I strongly believe that you have transcended that. I genuinely believe that, and you're not now considered among the vulgar bourgeois type in the society. That you have a clear connection on the ground. You can't speak the way you spoke, with the passion and the kind of language that no doubt fully connect you to the masses of people. And you have been the first man in the history of Barbados to tackle head-on an issue of this kind and spoke. You're a man of great courage. You two deserve an honor. You two deserve an honor. I am sure, sir, that the vendors who were present here, I saw them when it was at lunch, sir. I didn't see them while we were on the floor of the House, according to the expectations of the House Assembly. But I'm sure that they are pleased with you for a job well done. I'm sure. Sir, it is clear to me that what the Barbadian people are happy with, I don't know if it's because I'm being biased in this regard, being responsible for reparation, economic enfranchisement. The Barbadian people are seeing a form of affirmative action. That we are attempting to make wrong things right. Marx speaks about the role of the proletariat. And Marx talks about when the proletariat comes into confrontation with the bourgeoisie on ideas and fundamental changes in the political structures and in business and the economic structures as well. So the political economy he was talking about.
I remember speaking of dialectical materialism.
Dialectic, sir, glad for your guidance. Dialectic materialism. And I'm so happy that so much of us have some understanding of the importance of Karl Marx thinking, sir. And I will hope that other members become enlightened. And I know that there are others as well who share these views with me. But lack of the guts and the courage of my friend who was responsible for introducing this bill today. They know the truth, but there's a fear of speaking the truth. And Franz Fanon had another view. Franz Fanon, who believed that to bring about changes of this is why this is important, you know. In the wretched of the earth, Franz Fanon said, no, he also told us that we had a historic mission to accomplish and that we need to fulfill that mission. But he also said, and although he was of the opinion that some of these changes would not come about unless blood and violence is applied, and that is where some of us will distance ourselves, right? But although he had those views, what he was right about, he said the bottom must become the top, and the top must become the bottom. He was saying the same thing as Marx in Europe. Huh? He was saying the same thing, and he lived that life. He lived that life throughout his existence in Martinique and in the African continent. He preached the doctrine. All that he was saying, regardless of what the methodology is, all that he was saying that there is a need for a change. Those changes, sir, which we are now making in the law, in the whole concept of decriminalizing the law and making a civil law, and most of all, sir, I try to package what I'm saying to you in a general framework of decolonization. So the statutory law is not divorced from what is happening at the level of the Republic. That's why the Honorable Prime Minister coming here without conversation. We don't have to have conversation. Because you keep studying the body politics. And you ask yourself when you come here, where do we want to go from here? This is not about arithmetic or efficiencies and deficiencies. This is about affirmative action. And I would like to believe this is how all of us feel. We know that there have been changes. You don't know that some of the parliamentarians that were here all these years and never do anything. There should be a way of summoning them back here with a special committee, and we should make them even compensate by finance or prison for being here for all these years and did nothing on the behalf of the vendors of Barbados. Nothing. They want to go downtown, and when a vendor can't identify where he got the supply of Akis from, they want the case as lawyers. They sat back in here and see how vendors were treated between the Norman Center and the Costa, what we call Rockers Alley. They sat back and saw how the policemen behave. Black working class people could not hold their spot in the central commercial pocket of Barbados. Run them out of Rockers Alley. And you had meetings day in and day out across Barbados. I went to Swan Street on more than one occasion because the vendors at one stage, sir, and I hope I can call this thing, one stage, my comrade David Commissar, we had to walk Swan Street on another occasion and speak with the vendors. And to do, I was an attorney, but I consider myself to be a worthy advocate at this specific time. I walked that street with the Prime Minister more than once when we were in opposition to talk to the vendors, some of them that were here earlier, about the police taking up merchandise from them, carrying it somewhere, but they never got them back, they just perished. Well, probably even when the case, if they had a case, which I felt they never had. Because to me, I can't understand how an intelligent police officer could understand or had the experiences of a grandmother or a grandmother or grandfather. I was still going to arrest a man and ask the man to tell us the source of the supply of your items. And he didn't know where the items come from. The vendor knows where the items come from. I went to a senior citizen and told her that I would pick the Akis, which is normal, sell the Akis, and return a percentage of the money. So there was no direct financial transaction. But the police start off with the assumption that this is a criminal and he must live by criminal acts. I've heard it in here too. When we want to deal with men who go into the cane fields and steal the produce of the agriculturalists. And sometimes people conclude without applying any logic, there has to be a vendor that steal the produce. That might be somebody that owns a supermarket or one of these big corporate people that you never feel thief anything and it's thief every day. So we got some serious issues to deal with, sir. Now, I really would like to see, sir, I want to say this first. One of the most important provisions in this bill is having the guts, not in the first draft, but to speak boldly to the Barbadian public about expunging the criminal record of vendors who probably long gone out of the profession, not just out of the profession, but out of life itself. I think that on the behalf of all the members of Parliament, we did not put this in there simply because of any political interest. This is a genuine interest in protecting the reputation based on what Barvin told us and how he felt by the manner in which his father was treated and incarcerated for vending because of that colonial mindset, who forced him to end up in prison on more than one occasion for so-called minor offenses. And this bill, apart from all the provisions in terms of structure and creating new environment and all of that, and giving people an opportunity on minor issues to just resolve this problem internally, rather than end up before a magistrate court or having to face going across Corey Street in the arms with your pants hitched up in your backside, going across Corey Street to face a magistrate. Huh? To face a magistrate and probably end up with 7 days, 21 days, and sometimes the man that has nothing already has to call the attorney at law and find something in order for him to come and defend him in these circumstances. It must not be seen as a simple amendment or a repealing of an old act. This is major, this is fundamental changes in those instruments that remain even after we conquer aspects of colonialism. Colonialism will never die. So therefore, this fight by us is a continuum. We must constantly, and you know I say this to you, sir, and to the honorable member for St. James, you know I'm saying this to you because don't believe that we have achieved the ultimate. This fight will continue over and over again. So we must at all times make sure we are here to defend people who have been colonized, ordinary working class people. The Indian population was a little smarter than us. And not talking about the Amerindians that the Prime Minister made reference to before the 1620s. But the Asian population, these police officers and these law courts have been a lot more generous to them than they have been to their own people. You know, the Indian community kind of serve a kind of buffer arrangement, not as openly accepted as how the invaders and the oppressors were able to come in and dominate everything and claim they own all the lands and they own the human lives on the land. They came in, and some of the other areas that we need to have a look into. You made mention of the taxi services, and we have always had a problem in the harbor. And when you read the history, apart from those people who are beneficiaries of a model design within a colonial mindset, but this all-inclusive business, so that no taxi man line up down there for the whole day. And the following day, experiencing domestic problems because his wife asked, why don't you come home at night? And the man said, he can't come home and I ain't got the money to feed my family. And he has to be down there all night till morning, trying to get a job and not looking for any excuse so that a taxi driver can sleep out for 3 nights, something like that. But it's because we have inherited and we allow external influences to guide the policies. And in this discussion on vending, I understand these things because some people believe that a vendor should put a trade. A woman that has 4 children and 5 children home, a single parent, don't have any other means of income. She doesn't go home on even with $400. She probably worked for the whole week and don't get the $400. But we must be a little more generous, a little more civil about life. That if someone asks you to put a small, especially in these times, with the increase of vending all across Barbados, somebody said, I would like to be able to just cop, as we normally say, a box with a small tray so I can spend some time here during the course of the day, hope to get something to get home in time to feed my 2 or 3 children, right? We need to hold to the principles of Ubuntu. A love for each other. What Gandhi and the others call agape. Is that correct? Agape.
I remember you have 2 more minutes.
Yeah. Sir, we need to behave in that way. We have a responsibility here, somewhere close to the top of the pyramid, to be able to do things that are meaningful for the transformation at the bottom. And we must do our duty. There are too many persons who pass through here and enjoy the prestige of being here, and they did nothing. Did nothing. You think this is a minor change? You ever see vendors looking as happy as they're looking now? I was in the market last night to see the physical infrastructure in the market. I invite all members to go down there and see the surroundings in the Fairchild Street market. No, we were there after we had the ceremony for the Republic. We spent some time in a nice restaurant. Many of us here, distinguished men and women, were there until midnight. We didn't have that discussion, but that is a legitimate business as well. And it's a location which I also encourage members, if they really want to feel the full spirit of the true Barbadian woman and man, of course, you go to those areas and know what is happening. Sir, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak about not just the positive side, but I'd like to highlight some of the areas of anti-black behavior by our people and by other people as well. We fought hard. I give credit to all the governments, especially since self-government, all. Even those who had things in their head, but had the fear of executing. And that happened on the last occasion. People were talking about the Republic. We have had persons before that speaking about it. We did it. We are not interested in just saying it because of some comfort of the ego. We're saying it because we want the Barbadian public to recognize what we have done. It's not just a park. It's not just honoring great men who contributed to the changes as a result of the efforts in the 1930s. It's not just another footstep. There are so many assets, so many benefits to what we have done and what we are continuing to do. In 3.5 years, you have seen a clear, unequivocal trajectory, overtly revealing itself to the whole world at large. You don't make these changes and just ignore them. You know what it was like before for me to bring my granddaughter or bring anybody up to Broad Street and see a sinister man standing in Trafalgar Square, making us look like fools. Trafalgar Square was there. We changed it to Hero Square, and he's still standing up there. And the man still saying that if I had my way. After a man that looked just like him, Wilberforce, took a stand on the behalf of black people. He was critical of Wilberforce.
I remember, please wind up.
Sir, I tried to get it smooth now. He was critical of Wilberforce. And this country kept him there. This government took the courage to move it. I would like Pan-Africanist brothers strip themselves sometimes of some of the clothes that sometimes affect us Sometimes because people might do things that they don't like personally. I don't care anything about who did it. I have respect for you when you do it. That is where I give you respect for your contribution to the development of Barbados, tangible or intangible contributions to the development of Barbados. I, sir, want to finish by saying kudos to the minister, kudos to the government for this important exercise. I don't agree with everything. This morning there was a discussion in relation to 570 persons where the fossils are in the biggest slave burying ground in the entire region at Newton Park. We are on track. We are back on track. And that is a necessity. Whatever time it is, we are back on track. I feel good to know that I am in Parliament when we have put a plan in place. And I would not in any way, as a parliamentarian, be here and to let any bourgeoisie take the glory of the struggle that the socialist and Pan-Africanist people has made over the years for these changes. And those were some of the goals, and we have achieved the goals, and we will continue to achieve the goals. And I will always be part of an institution that set about to achieve these goals. Our next signature, sir, which the effort is in the bill as well, but is that empowerment of our own people. And that will be done, sir, in my next effort, especially through my office and working in collaboration with, I almost said John King, boy, with the honorable member who sits behind me, Professor King. So thank you very much, sir, for giving me the opportunity to say a few words on this matter.
Honorable member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I shall not detain the House too long, but I could not allow the laying and debating of this bill to start and end without making some kind of a contribution to the debate. I first want to commend the honorable member for St. James Central and the honorable member for St. George South for the work that has been put in to getting us, and when I say us, I don't refer only to this honorable chamber, but I'm saying they've put in work to get us, this society that we live in, to this point. Because, Mr. Speaker, I am still not sure that we understand the significance of what is taking place today. And I suspect that just like in the 2020s, we speak about the Tenantry Freehold Purchase Act. I believe that should the world last so long, 20 or 30 years from now, some succeeding generation will be talking about the Vending Bill of 2021. Because for me, Mr. Speaker, and for the people of St. Peter, this bill is revolutionary. It is revolutionary particularly because it almost stands, as the honorable member for St. James Central would say, in contradistinction from what was the previous mindset. And it puts vending, hawkers, hucksters, however referred to, on a level that says to all of us, vending is the same kind of economic activity as Cape Shepherd, as an example. It is legitimate commercial activity. It may be entered into by people who have pockets of different depths, but it is the same kind of commercial economic activity. And it is legitimate. It is something that those who are involved in it can take pride in being a part of it. I say that both myself as an individual, but also the people of St. Peter, see this as revolutionary and are happy for it, because anybody who knows St. Peter, and in particular Speightstown, and I know the honorable member for St. Philip West, I think he knows Speightstown no better than me. I can't keep him out of Speightstown. He's from St. Ferdinand, but I can't keep him out of Speightstown. But anybody who is familiar with Speightstown knows that a significant portion of the character of the town resides in vending activity. Not vending in concrete enclosures with glass doors, but vending on the side of the street. And Mr. Speaker, those of us from the north, St. Peter, St. Lucie, the northern part of St. James, and those from parts of St. Andrew, and yes, those who frequented the north, including those who worked in the north and in the evening still could not get out of the north. You know, those people who I just described never complained about sidewalks being blocked by vendors. It is because we understood that part of the character of the town included vending. And in order to accommodate our vendors, we were prepared to step in the road. Because as far as we are concerned, they are entitled to earn a living for themselves. They are entitled to earn a living for their families. And many of those vendors, almost all of them, are women. Some of them single parents, but almost all of them are women. Vendors on Church Street, from Eddie's down to Gemmett's. Vendors on Queen Street, on the what I would consider the northern part of Queen Street. Those vendors have always, and the pictures of old will show vendors in front of Noel Roach, vendors next to the Nazarene Church on the beach. That's where the vegetables that I got as a youngster came from, toots from bakers. But Mr. Speaker, we understood that these people, because they are people, these people were engaged in legitimate business to feed themselves and their families, as I said just now, but also to provide sustenance for the rest of us who lived in the north. And much of the character of the town, much of the character of the north is bound up in the vending activity that took place and still takes place in Speightstown. So there are for us part of the character. The character is not defined only by those who had stores in Speightstown, the Mannings and some of the others. It is not defined only as those who were engaged in the whaling industry that was part of Speightstown, and the ship handling and the selling of stuff for those who were involved in the matter of the whaling industry. But the town took a lot of its character from those persons who would walk from Pike Corner, would walk from Boscobel, would walk from Indian Ground, would walk from Black Bess, would walk into Speightstown on a daily basis for many, and also on a weekend for quite a number of them in order to sell that which they had accumulated during the week. These were people who worked hard digging potatoes by the rod, looking for yams whenever they were being in production, picking peas, and bringing all of these things, all of this produce into Spike Sound in order to sell to those of us who would benefit from the food that they were providing. And Mr. Speaker, vending was not in the north, in St. Peter, not restricted only to Spike Sound, but I also have to mention that in the area of vending fish, lots of that took place and still takes place in Six Mains. And so the people of Spike Sound and Six Mains, but the entire north, understand the idea of vending, understand the importance of vending, understand that many generations were provided for through this legitimate activity. We also recognize, Mr. Speaker, that not everybody understood or wanted to understand that this was legitimate and is legitimate economic activity. Not everybody wanted to recognize it, because vendors have been made over the years to feel like second-class business people. Vendors over the years have been made to feel that because they are in many cases in locations that they do not own, because they have a limited amount of stock, a limited amount of produce, because they do not refer to their produce as inventory, so they don't use the big words that big supermarkets or large hardware stores may use. They've been made to feel as though they are lesser. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that those of us who have interacted with vendors know that while you can go to the supermarket and get back round change, they know vending Spike Sound who you can rob. They can count better, more accurately than many people who operate in some larger business enterprises. That says something, Mr. Speaker, because lots of our vending community of the previous generation did not have the benefit of all the education that we have now. They would say to you, I only went to second standard. I only went to third standard. But it took me a lot of time to find out what I meant. But it meant that I went to school really very long. But those persons, their command of arithmetic, in a lot of cases, supersedes a lot of what we are seeing in today's world, where education, academic education, is available to persons and compulsory up to the age of 16. We're talking, Mr. Speaker, about people who understand what they're doing and who have committed themselves, in spite of the challenges in terms of formal education, to availing themselves of all the skills that are needed. These are not people who, and I'm talking about those in the past, who use calculators to work out markup and margin. There were not persons who hired accountants to keep their books, but these are people who were able to send to school their children. These are people who were able to add a shed roof onto their homes. These were people who knew how to manage the itinerant vendors of Asian descent. They knew how to manage their money, how to manage their spending, how to budget in a way, Mr. Speaker, that I believe should be the envy of some modern day business people. And I'll also say to you, Mr. Speaker, that the vendors of Spikestown, the vendors of Six Mens, are not really known to complain when there are hard times. I hear business people of much deeper pockets complain every time there's a slump. But when you speak to vendors, vendors would say, well, I'm making do. There is a resilience in our vending community that is admirable and should be the study of some of those who consider themselves to be a little bit more sophisticated than those involved in the vending community. I want to commend the developers, and if I had thought about it, I should have asked for permission. And I haven't, so I wouldn't call the names. But there are two developers. One of them was honored on Independence Day for real estate development in this country. But two developers who constructed property in Spikestown, who I believe ought to be commended. Because as they developed the property, they developed it with the recognizing the value of vending, recognizing that the town and much of the character of the town revolved around the fact that vendors plied their trade, and they therefore developed a building concept that allowed space for vendors. And I want today, Mr. Speaker, on the floor of this honorable chamber, to encourage other business people to do similar. Not to see vendors as humbugs, not to see vendors as competitors, but to see vendors as small business people who, like them, are trying to earn a living and who ought to be accommodated in the best way that we can accommodate vendors. And Mr. Speaker, this bill that we debate today is a bill that goes a long way to legitimizing the activity, the commercial enterprise of these mainly women in our society. It goes a long way to legitimizing their activity. It goes a long way into saying to our society, all that we've heard of today of the past and the dogs and the licking down of trays, we as a country, even as we commence our journey as a fully sovereign state, and it is interesting that we say a sovereign state and we don't have a sovereign. I am battling this, but I'm going to speak to people who have bigger heads than me. I say a sovereign state. But as we embark on this journey, there are some wrongs that need to be righted. And I want not to sound like Fanon. I'm not maybe as revolutionary, but I want to say to all of us, I'm not picking out or identifying especially those from the Barbados Police Service, but I want to say to all of us, like I think it was Martin Luther King who said it, an unjust law is no law at all. And I believe that a human being is justified in disobeying an unjust law. And I suspect that there have been persons who have knocked over trays who, if they look back into their family's history, may find that they are where they are because of vending business. And some of those persons may need to do a little bit of cleansing. But that is all part of the process of ridding ourselves of the past and moving into a future where we see things a lot more clearly. And so, Mr. Speaker, I call on businesses, larger businesses, when they are developing large complexes, particularly in areas where vending is a tradition, to make allocations so that ordinary people in this country can engage in the legitimate economic activity we refer to as vending. Before I close, I just want to say I see reference in the bill to vending zones. I know that the list is not exhaustive, but the people of the North are almost addicted to vending. And so there are currently some locations in the Speightstown area. One of them is on the east of the fence of the Speightstown bus terminal. Another area is across the road behind the Barbados Lumber Company. There's also, there are a number of vendors who vend west of Trimart in the Mulner Quarter area, Whitehall, Mulner Quarter area. And I am calling for these new locations to be looked at so that adequate facilities can be put in place. Part of what the bill seeks to do is to make sure that while vending is acknowledged as legitimate business activity, there is some order to its development. And that is what any civilized country will want to do. No country is a free-for-all, and so development must be orderly. And the areas that I've pointed out, we need to make sure that as they develop, that some order is brought and that those who occupy those spaces can occupy knowing that they are acting in accordance with the regulations that have been set out to make sure that they can be orderly and do good business. I also want to thank this government. I've been assured that proper vending facilities will become a reality in 6 months on the beach side, and that I don't want to be ungrateful, the vendors and the people of previous generations say it shouldn't be ungrateful, but somebody put down some things that were taken from somewhere else in 6 months, and while part of our culture is to use hand-me-downs, and that is the reason why I say I don't want to be ungrateful, hand-me-downs have clothed many a person, some who have then gone on to inhabit this honorable chamber. So we don't disparage hand-me-downs, but we recognize that it is time now to get some new clothes, and we expect to see some new facilities in 6 months in the not too distant future. 6 months for us in St. Peter, Mr. Speaker, is the center of our fishing activity. It is an authentic fishing village. Long shall it remain that way. And we as a government have a responsibility, just as we pilot this bill and just as we move this from bill to actual legislation, we also have a responsibility to make sure that the facilities are there so that our vendors can ply their trade in good order. I also want to say that I see the Speightstown Esplanade mentioned in the bill. In Speightstown, like I pointed out just now, we have the Kiana Husbands Highway, those 2 areas I pointed out. We also have a vending facility at the traffic lights, the northwestern quadrant at the traffic lights in Speightstown. Church Street is also an area for traditional vending, and Queen Street is also an area for traditional vending. We expect that they will be included in the vending zones. St. Peter will accept nothing less. We do not vend in the esplanade, except it is some festive occasion. We vend on the streets. Our vendors will want to remain where they are, and we expect that those locations will be included as legitimate vending zones. Mr. Speaker, I support, as the representative for the people of the constituency of St. Peter, this vending bill. We are proud vendors, descendants of vendors, people who have been supported by vendors, people who have been fed by vendors. And so we've long recognized the legitimacy of the activity. And we are happy, Mr. Speaker, that we now have in this honorable chamber a piece of potential legislation, it is still a bill, a piece of potential legislation that will officially give to vendors the status that they deserve as important, legitimate economic actors on the landscape of this fair country of ours. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm Everett Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to highly commend this bill, this national vending bill, to this honorable chamber and the people of Barbados. I think it is one of the most progressive steps that has been taken in this country, and I trust that the necessary support will be given by all other honorable members here, but indeed I know that the public of Barbados has a vested interest, because a lot of what is enshrined in here reflects on where we have come from as a people. And therefore, I highly commend it. I think it is timely, and it is phenomenal in looking at how our people have developed over the years from a lot of what they did in the traditional area of raising funds to help their families to develop and indeed to purchase land and educate their children and all the other things that came with it. And therefore, I believe I, perhaps better than anybody else in here today, can speak with a great element of background knowledge, because I know from whence I have come and the humble surroundings from which I came, as was the villages in most of the parish of St. Thomas where I was raised and where we were all raised. And it was the norm for generations of people in the communities surrounding rural Barbados in particular, and of course in the areas of the city, to be able to work hard, and by the dint of their hard work, to be able to raise families, to send their children to get a formal education, because most of our foreparents and those who would have been born in the 1900s, in 1920 and so on, and indeed my grandmother and others who were born in 1885, they never had any privilege to go to any high school. Most of what was offered to them was the Pond Grass Gang, as well as going into Bridgetown and plying their trade on a weekend. But what was most interesting is that many of them worked in the plantation, but on a Saturday, never on a Sunday. They always respected Sunday as the day of worship. But on a Saturday, they all they grew the produce in little lots that were rented from the plantation, as was the case with my mother and thousands of others, and they were able to take to Bridgetown what they produced in their massive baskets, trays on their heads laden with the produce that they would have grown themselves in their gardens and in their vegetable lots, to be able to raise the funds to seek to have their children receive the education that they never had. And I believe that this progressive step will make a tremendous difference, acknowledging that they were able to use that avenue, Mr. Speaker, not only to raise the children and to feed them, but to add on what we call a shed roof to the houses that were so small. To be able to make sure that they got the necessary care that would have been required, that they could buy a little pair of pumps to wear to school, because I was of the generation that went to school barefooted. But because of my mother's hard work in particular, and that of so many other mothers and fathers, they were able to send their children to get the education. All of it was not free, but for those that were not free, they still had the opportunity to get what their parents did not get, who ended up going as far as 3rd or 4th standard. But you know what was wonderful about it, Mr. Speaker? The majority of those persons who went 3rd and 4th standard were the best readers, were the best business people, that they will stand and add up everything in their heads, like how a computer will bring up for you quickly like that, because they were properly educated by the system that existed. And so I am proud to have been given that opportunity, not only to witness my mother and others in the villages do what I spoke about, but of course being intimately involved in the planting, in the reaping, in the cutting of the canes, and doing everything else, because that was what was the norm of the village, and nobody laughed at anybody because everybody was doing it, because we were all poor persons who came down from slavery, and we were able to learn. You have to work hard in order to achieve. Nobody gives you anything for free. When you give something, you get something, you have to give something in return. All those things helped us to be able to become the most progressive Barbadians in this country. And I'm glad that we are really making this forward step, as has been so well articulated in our manifesto, to be able to help to further empower Barbadians, despite whatever color they are, to be able to become independent, bringing them out of the dependence that they would have been before. Our foreparents, Mr. Speaker, worked honestly. They worked hard. They had large families. And I'm glad that buses were designed in those days, like the Rockman buses, with a section at the back that people could put their large baskets or whatever produce they had to be able to get to and from Bridgetown to ply their trade, or whether they went from the St. Andrew area, they had gone to Spitestown, or if they had gone to Oysterstown, whichever communities they would have come by, to be able to target those communities and those individuals who would have helped them. I am happy, Mr. Speaker, today as well to know that in this country we have got persons who still have that component of hard work, industry, honesty, and all those other tenets that help to make them the good citizens that they are. So that when we were leaving what we call going into the ground, and others had their bananas that were ripe, we will come up and say to the family, go down, you have a bunch of bananas that are ripe. We never cut them. We never removed them. If we removed them, we would have removed them and say, take these, the monkeys will eat them. And that is the kind of culture that Barbadians had. And I'm glad that we are pursuing this bill today to let Barbadians know we understand as a government that in order for them to be able to continue to work hard and maintain their households and buy their properties, educate their children, we are preparing avenues for them so that they do not have to be faced with a criminal card to tarnish their character, that it will impact on them in other forms of living. But I'm happy to know that those children who would have gotten that privilege to assist in the fields, to help their families to do the preparation of the fields, and to be able to reap the produce, that they have come back, and many of them are still in the system of being farmers and vending to be able to sustain themselves economically. I think it is very important. Sadly, there's a smaller percentage having come through the system. They have moved to other levels and they have forgotten from whence they have come. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? We need as a people to make sure that we toil the land and that we grow food that we can sustain ourselves, because whenever we grow more food, we are minimizing that import bill that has become so bloated over the years, because many people feel that agriculture should be nothing. And I'm talking agriculture in the sense of also raising pigs, cows, sheep, chickens. That has been always our culture and the bedrock of poor people, helping them to lift themselves out of poverty to be able to reach the level that they are at now. We also know, Mr. Speaker, sir, that vending has grown to such a stage that there are so many different areas that vending is now taking place that it did not in the past. And I'm happy to know that there are still persons who go to the schools and they vend. The only thing I would like to see happen is that what they are selling would not be detrimental to the health of the children who will be the recipients. And therefore, I would want to advocate that I would love to see those changes where more nutritious foods are being sold to children. Fruits, not dunks and akis, because we know how deadly they can be, especially with small children, but bananas. Children love bananas. Children love oranges. Children love different foods that we grow that will help to keep their bodies alive and well and minimize what we consider to be the diseases like diabetes, the non-communicable diseases and so that impact on their health and indeed on the budget of the government as we continue to pursue. I also want, Mr. Speaker, sir, to indicate that I support the plan to decriminalize the whole aspect of vendors who are doing their sales, but I still want law and order to prevail. There's absolutely no point in us opening up these avenues, helping to empower our people, but then you cannot pass on a particular street at times because all the coconut shells and all the pallets that they're using are inhibiting the flow of traffic. So while we're giving in one hand to help to empower them, we want them to continue to conform with the law, to safeguard lives, and to make things go smoothly as we pursue what is happening. I also want, sir, to support what the Honourable Member for St. Michael East made mention of, where produce is confiscated, or, well, I believe it is still happening. I don't get the chance to go to town the same way now. But the confiscation of produce when persons are plying their trade in town. I remember distinctly my poor mother, may her soul rest in peace. She would have been 101 years old last February. And I remember my mother with a big tray a wooden tray on her head with the produce that she grew, having to run when she saw the police. And sometimes some of the goods fell off. Some of the foodstuffs fell off. And then they came to a stage where persons would pay for a ticket in the market, and that gave them a little freer opportunity to be able to ply their trade. And whenever the police officers came, or the market personnel, I don't remember what the leaders there were called, they had this little ticket, like a bus ticket at buy time, where they will show it, and then they were able to continue to ply their trade all the way down in Cheapside, all there where now the immigration office is. That was an open area, and our parents and foreparents would ply their trade. And when they were finished, and this is the beauty about Barbadians again, when the evening time came, and they did not dispose of all the bananas and the fruits and whatever else they were selling, the potatoes and the yams, their best customers when they came, and they knew they had large families, they would say, I know that we are finished for the day. Take these 2 yams and go home and help to feed your children. Carry this hand of bananas. There's no point in me taking it back home because we've got so much. And I thought that that system of giving, and indeed the system of barter where the hawker next door, people call them different names now, huskers, they call them different things, vendors, would give to the next friend whatever she had that that friend did not produce. And I thought that that was a wonderful way of linking relationships and sharing and caring for one another. And so I want to indicate clearly that I am really opposed to the confiscation of the food, and then the destruction of it, this food that can eat. People that we can eat. And while I agree that in some of it, maybe the little old lady or little old man or the neighbor who might have said, carry on this produce and sell it for me. When you come back, give me a portion of it. It is not always that. Sometimes it's to do with pretty larceny. And that bothers me more than anything else. And I encourage the vendors to stick to the straight and narrow. We are paving a path for you to be able to ply your trade, to be able to raise the funds, and to be able to educate your children, to expand your house, to buy that plot of land, to do all these different things, but to avoid the pretty larceny that I know can be so hurtful to persons who have been working day and night. And it's not only the food, fruits, and the vegetables, but sometimes it's the biggest cow, your sheep, your chickens. Has been going on, and I believe, I want to say, I oppose it. It is wrong, and it is hurting others who are giving all of their lives. I want, as we go through, looking at the vending as well, to recommend two things. That our 4-H clubs get further opportunities, and our schools, because we have schools with mass pieces of land, or a wonderful stretch of land. And I know that they can use those aspects, some aspect of it, for agricultural development. Because not all children want to become an engineer or a teacher or not politician. That's not the same. Or a doctor, a lawyer, a nurse. Not all want to. Some of them have that special flair and interest in becoming an entrepreneur and a farmer. And therefore, more emphasis for me would be recommended for our 4-H clubs to be able to look at working towards helping to prepare our children. And I really shudder because I know that between 1994 and 2008, the then Barbados Labour Party government made sure that there were policies put in place for the Rural Development Commission and the Urban Development Commission to provide training for persons who were interested not only in vending, but in the preparation of the chickens and the growing of the lettuce and doing all these different things that they too can go to do their own vending. That training stopped in 2008. And for me, it would have been helping to prepare our vendors to properly organize how they will go about the vending, so that they did some forms of advertising, they did accounts, they did marketing, they made their business cards. I thought it was a phenomenal thing to happen at that time, where we saw quite a few people become so professional with what they were doing that they started then to improve and expand their businesses. And I would like to see that happen again. I know that the Ministry of Youth, well, this current ministry now that the honorable member for St. James North has been pushing, that ministry would have helped a lot of our vendors and others to be able to access the trust loans. And for me, the training has to go with that in order for them to be able to do the necessary kind of budgeting. And as a matter of fact, I believe that in the same way that we are learning of brothers and sisters in Africa and in Jamaica and in some other countries, they are now using the debit card and the technology to be able to supply their trade so that they don't walk around with any large amount of cash either, because it is a revolutionary step forward in those societies, and I believe that we need to get there. I know some restaurants are doing it. I see some that are on the peripheral side of things, parked away in what we call caravans, and you have to use your card, or you can order your things and do what you have to do in order that when the persons come, they will just swipe the card and they can pick up the produce they want. I know that our vendors will get there, but they will need the kind of assistance. I know that the youth entrepreneurship scheme as well, because I indicated earlier, not all young people want to follow those older traditions, but many of them want to do their own businesses. And I know that the youth entrepreneurship scheme, it has its program going. I want to see more of that expansion and working in collaboration with the Youth Affairs Department for our young people to get those opportunities to excel. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to go back a little bit in history as well, because I knew that between 1994 and 2008, the then government made concerted efforts to be able to give our vendors a better deal. And so Griffiths Reliance, that is the market selling area when we come through from the traffic lights onto the Lower Robert Street. I don't remember what the place is called, but it's closest to Parliament. That too was acquired and upgraded. And the honorable member for the city then, she was behind it in a really progressive way to make sure that vendors got that kind of facility where there will be bathrooms for them to be able to use. There will be trays and other counters set up that they can advertise and they can sell in the safety from the elements. And then we saw the one over to the lower section of Swan Street, where that too is a vendor's mall where persons can go ply their trades, people walk through, they purchase, they do what they have to do, and that is, for me, is a form of entrepreneurship that helps to strengthen what we do in our economy to be able to make the difference. And I want to say how I am so happy about that initiative, and I wish for us to continue to be able to work with our residents and our people to give them that better deal. I also want, sir, to thank the Honourable Minister and the Honourable Member for St. James Central, and of course, the Honourable Member for St. George South, who would have been at the beginning of this exercise to be able to ensure that this kind of revolutionary step to empower our vendors and to provide avenues for them to develop and to change the way they do things, that has made that kind of development. And I recommend that all organizations that are associated with vendors seek to pursue the necessary training and to make sure that vendors, not only the ones now who are old and getting ready to go home, but younger persons come in, because they're not only selling food and clothing, they're on the beaches, they are selling souvenirs, many of them are preparing their own toys and other items for sale. Many of them are cooking food and have it for sale as well. And therefore, the necessary training to conform with the various sanitary standards and the packaging and everything else, that is still very critical in that respect. I also, as I come to a closer, want to indicate that a component of ensuring that the disposal of garbage is paramount. Not only with the coconut shells, but there are others who use a lot of boxes, and they do not understand, Mr. Speaker, for the life of me, why Barbadians receive goods in boxes, whether it be canned stuff or whatever, but they never take a knife and collapse the box. They just throw everything in the skip, and before you wink your eye, the skip is full. So they just need to collapse the boxes, and they will hold 3 times more than what they currently hold, and at least the environs among where they are doing their sales will be more enhancing to the eye. I also want for them to learn how to treat customers. Sometimes customers want to make a purchase, but the treatment that is meted out to them, and we have options if you're buying, so we can move on. We don't have to buy from you because you're snobbish and you're shouting and you're carrying on and the cursing. I don't know what is wrong with Barbadians all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker. You can look up at me, sir.
I'm listening.
You can look up at me, sir. The expletives, the disrespect, I am not understanding. Because you're a vendor, it does not mean that you must be so common and ordinary and turn off people who are in a good spirit and want to really support you in the respect of what you are doing to help to empower them with the funds that you are planning to spend. And so I want for us to be able to entreat to each other in a different way instead of being snappy and snobby or snotty, if that is the expression, and to make people feel comfortable to become your customer. I know people that I've been buying from for the last 20 years. And if they don't see me, they call to say, what happened that we didn't see you today? Because the service that is given or extended to me makes me feel good going to them and not finding any new person. And so I think it is really very critical that we learn human nature things, how to treat people, the respect that is meted out to others, how to embrace others that come to support you because they are helping you to build that domain that you are looking for. And I close, Mr. Speaker, because I acknowledge other members wish to speak. I close, Mr. Speaker, by reminding our vendors as well that the highest standard of sanitary approach must be instituted in whatever they do. There are a lot of people now who are selling, and we're in the COVID time. And we're seeing people, the mask down below the nose, their hands, they're not sanitizing, and they're at almost every street corner. You can't even see to get in or get out in the way that things should be. That kind of regulation I will wish, but I don't want people to be decriminalized. Who wants to get a criminal record at the back of their certificate of character, police certificate of character? No one does, really, I believe. But because they do not conform, that creates a big problem. So I'm going to make a plug here, Mr. Speaker, as I close, for the folks of St. Thomas. I have witnessed within recent times, there's an area called Kingsland in Spring Farm, leading to Dunscombe. And the guys are so creative. The most beautiful drawings and painting up in the area. It is private land that I would have sought to have acquired during 2006, around there and thereafter, but it never came to fruition with the change of the other administration because I wanted it for housing. But now I'm seeing the guys in Spring Farm and Dunscombe and Pori Spring, as well as Spring Farm, they have just gone and set up their own stalls, and I'm not going to encourage them to do anything illegal. So I'm going to make this plug so that those guys, that the government will acquire at least that section that perhaps will occupy 2 house spots for those young men to be able to ply their trade because they do have customers and they're selling fruits and vegetables and coconuts and so different things to be able to keep themselves employed because COVID-19 has also hit them really very hard and they've got their families. And the second plug I would have put, and it's nothing new, is for the Honorable Member for St. James Central, where when I represented that area in Redmond's Village, there was that to be a vendor's mall. And guys will be able to get an area where they can set up a little cubicle to do some hair cutting. The women had a little area where they could do some nail technology and hair braiding and so on. And then the rest of it, people could sell their fruits and their vegetables and the different things that they were able to create. And that has never come to fruition. But I know now that we are looking at helping persons to move away from the regular, the traditional jobs of becoming civil servants and all that, and the hardships that they are in order to get there. They may not have the certificate, but they may have the know-how and have the skill to be able to do it. I want to make a plug for the Redmond Village Mall, where the honorable member for the St. James South will be able to get his people over there. They are joining me. It's just that the constituency, because it has those demarcations for political purposes, that it is in St. James Central, even though it's in St. Thomas. And mine is in St. Thomas, as is the parish. And therefore, it will give an opportunity for them to ply their trade. And of course, when we look at Allen View, the reason why we pedestrianized from the Holy Innocents Church all into Harrison's Cave is because we saw the vision that in 2006-8, we saw the vision where tourists would get off the bus or get off the taxi, whatever form of transportation, and walk from Holy Innocent School to follow the little shops and purchase and to interact with the people until they got into Harrison's Cave. That never came to life, but the sidewalks and everything were installed. And the stretch in Allen View itself, as soon as you enter the location, kiosks were to be a part of the project that the tourists will be able to purchase their souvenirs and little items and little trinkets and so on. That too never materialized after 2008 when there was a change of government. There is still a lot of high employment in Allen View, and more so now than ever before because of COVID and lack of certain skills and so. And I want to lend my support for that as well, that the people of Allen View, like the folk in St. Peter, St. Lucie, St. James, wherever in Barbados, that they can ply their trade through vending. I know that the people of St. Thomas will be only too happy for the privilege for them to be able to do that, and I shall formalize it, Mr. Speaker, sir, so that efforts will be made to ease the tension that they are going through because they want to have a stake in this country, and they deserve it as well, but they want to do it honestly. And so I highly commend my honorable colleagues, the honorable member for St. George South, as well as the Honourable Member for James Central for the efforts that they have made and the kind of collaboration with their staff and the other agencies to be able to come together and present us with this highly well-coordinated bill, vendors bill, that I am sure will help to make a difference in Barbados as we grow from strength to strength. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to thank you for the opportunity, and I highly commend the honourable colleagues and the government, of course, for helping to fulfill another manifesto pledge as has been indicated by us in our manifesto. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the moment.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am happy to 1,000%, sir, support this bill, because as a young man, my grandmother used to sell some newspapers, sir, down the bottom of King Street in Basses Road. And as I listen to colleagues make the presentation here, sir, and reflect on how most Barbadians were raised out of the trays of vendors selling various goods, sir, I became quite reflective on the fact that even then, sir, in the early 80s, sir, as I understood that while she was vending at the time, she was actually working for someone who had a network, sir, of spots for vendors selling other newspapers as well. And I make that reference, sir, because I know that there is a perception that vendors are small people. But I want to make the point, sir, that there are some very enterprising persons within our society who have been able, sir, to provide opportunities, sir, to help empower others along this path. And I see this vending bill, sir, as a way for us to be able to transform a process that certainly has had a very checkered past, and to regularize, sir, the activities of vendors. And I'm happy to see that obviously there are clear guidelines with respect to the responsibilities of vendors and what they're intending to be able to do. And I support that, sir, because as we know and understand, persons must have the right, sir, to be able to support themselves and their families and not be criminalized, sir, for wanting to do such. Now, sir, I had the benefit of, I'm not sure if something was circulated in the chamber, sir, related to the vendors' anthem. And I was reflecting on it, and that's why I'm starting where I'm starting, because it is important, sir, to recognize that as we go forward in a new republic, that entities like Barvin and these groups who try to advocate, sir, and coordinate and have vendors collaborate, sir, to be able to advance the cause of ordinary people, that I congratulate them. I also congratulate, sir, the member for St. James Central for leading this process and getting us to this stage. But I want to say, sir, to all Barbadians that this bill on its own will not transform the sector. That it is the persons within the sector now, sir, it is up to them to be able to bring this, sir, to reality. And why do I say so, sir? I have a number of constituents, and as I spoke to you, sir, about my grandmother vending, I have a few constituents, one from Wharton particularly, who equally, sir, engages in vending, but he has about 5 or 6 persons in different spots, sir, operating on his behalf. And the reason that I think it is important for us now to truly complete the transformation, sir, is to recognize that the more activity and the more investment, if you like, sir, that we can get moving into this space where persons can provide further opportunities, sir, for employment and enfranchisement, I think we must encourage as much as possible. And I am particularly intrigued, sir, by Part 4 in the bill, which speaks to the vending zones. Because I think whilst we have traditionally seen places like, you know, and sir, you know that I know Eagle Harbor Market well, and I know the leader of the opposition made reference to Eagle Harbor Market.
I know it very well too.
and so places like Eagle Harbor Market, sir, where I grew up and saw a lot of activity taking place, Cheapside and the traditional places, the reality is that this particular section of the bill, I really believe, sir, would allow for these efforts to actually come into the communities in a much more formal way than previously contemplated. Because I've had a number of constituents reach out to me, particularly in the Wharton and I know in Lodge Road area, sir, where there are areas that persons would like to be able to set up and to be able to do this kind of activity. And I can tell you, sir, that as soon as this bill is passed, I'm going to be writing to the minister to seeking to have a few places identified. Of course. You can write back. You can But no, but seriously, sir, I think genuinely all of us are aware that within our communities across this country, there are areas that are public spaces that, one, either some of them are overgrown, sir, and no real activity taking place there. And if we can create some of these micro vending areas, sir, within, as we do across the national existing infrastructure, I believe, sir, that we will be able to help change the lives of ordinary people in a way, sir, that will not cost a lot of money. People are relatively close to where they live, and to the extent that we can bring these kinds of services into the communities, I can easily think of areas that I can see in my constituency, sir, within Vauxhall, Lodge Road, Wharton, sir, even in Kingsland, even Regency Park and Elizabeth Park. Right now, sir, I can automatically see these things. And I know that right now activity is taking place, but I want to say to all of these persons that obviously this is a matter now where we want to regularize this process so that persons feel that they are legitimate, or know, sir, that they are legitimate, and that the government is making a concerted effort, sir, to be able to enfranchise them. But I really wanted to speak to there, sir, not just to the localized issues, but I want to say to all vendors or those persons who are interested in vending, sir, and I know that there are some very complicated and very sophisticated ways that people are vending at the moment. And I refer, sir, back to a few things that certainly has happened in this parliament this year. And I made reference to the National Payment System Bill that we passed in January, sir. I know that the Fair Credit Reporting Bill was laid in this parliament today, sir, to be able for debate. And I speak of these in this context that whilst traditional vending, sir, relies on foot traffic in terms of someone coming directly to you, sir, to be able to buy and for you to sell, I want to encourage all vendors to be able to explore, sir, not just the physical locations with which they may be located, but certainly to allow them to take advantage of the opportunity, sir, of being able to digitize the entire process, be able to sell online. I know that there are a number of young people, sir, who are doing some wonderful things on Instagram and Twitter and all these things, sir, in order to try to promote themselves, sir, and that with the technology, sir, that they are opening up not just for persons in Barbados, but certainly outside of Barbados if they so desire. But the substantive point I'm trying to make to people, sir, is that particularly in this COVID-19 environment, and you are vending, sir, you're engaged in commerce, you want to give yourself the best opportunity, sir, to get whatever good or even perhaps service that you may be offering to as wide a market as possible, and allow those persons to be able to not just purchase online and then you, sir, be able to deliver. And I believe that once persons are able to do this, sir, it then leads to the next logical step. Because once you are able to digitize your process, sir, it means then that going to, whether it's to the trust loan for program, sir, for a little startup as we design, and I will get into this more next week. The reality is encouraging vending at this scale allows for a lot more sophistication and better access to capital and cash to be made available to them in a way that then makes it possible for them to expand faster, simply because you are able to demonstrate your financial capability. And I believe, sir, that if we leave things as they are, even though we are making a significant effort here to bring legitimacy, sir, to an activity that has certainly supported a lot of families in this country, that we have to move to a level, sir, where we can complete the transformation of the process. And therefore, I would love to see more sophistication, sir, within the context of vending. I would like to see more collaboration, more clustering, sir, within the context of vending, whether within communities or across. As I've told you, sir, I know that there are persons who have some very interesting ideas and are already executing on these ideas. And providing, sir, that impetus for us to be able to get the economy moving quickly, because at the end of it, sir, the more small micro businesses, sir, that we have been able to start up and to succeed and to be able to move their inventory, sir, and their cash in and out and turnover, sir, as quickly as possible, it means that the economy will grow. And the extent then to which those persons can access credit, which I'll get into next week in more detail, sir, I think will be a transformational moment for this country. And so I am fully, sir, in support of this bill. Now, I must say to all persons who are vending, as we have been saying to all persons that are engaged in other activities, that the government has been pursuing a public policy, sir, that is dependent on all of us, sir, putting a little bit into the pot. And to the extent, sir, that you may be vending, I must encourage all persons that whatever you do, that you must at least at a minimum, sir, ensure that your national insurance contributions are paid. Because I recall, sir, last year when the pandemic hit and we came to a screeching halt, the government was in a position, sir, based on the contributions of self-employed persons, even though that there was no specific benefit for it under the current structure. We were able, sir, to make a policy decision and a determination that for those persons who had indeed paid their national insurance contributions, that because the business came to a halt in the way that it did under the pandemic, that we were able to give a benefit on the basis of that. And I know that earlier this year, sir, we also gave a number of vendors some opportunity when they had the national pause because of the circumstances in terms of where we are. And I say to persons that you have to give the government the best opportunity to make policy decisions and to be able to give support as support can be given. And so it is important, sir, that as we encourage persons to have the widest possible access to financing, the widest possible access to the market, and make it as easy as possible for persons to be able to set up their spaces, then I feel confident, sir, that this economy will move forward and will move forward swiftly, because we will allow people, obviously, to be able to pursue a path of supporting themselves, building businesses, sir, and at some stage you may very well see, sir, some type of merger and acquisition activity within these spaces, simply because of the nature of these activities. So I see this activity, sir, whilst it may not be what persons may call bricks and mortar, this is a significant part of the economy, sir, that has for too long been referred to as informal. And the truth is, sir, I don't think that my grandmother did anything informal at the bottom of King Street. And the extent to which we now classify and are able to encourage persons to avail themselves of the technology and operate at a different level as legitimate business people who can then walk into any financial institution and say that my turnover is X, and they can show it because on my mobile phone that all of my customers have paid me, my accounts receivable are minimal, and that the bank manager or the loans manager can see my turnover, and in some instances where appropriate, lend me money in the morning and they pay it back in the evening, and everybody happy, sir. And that is where we need to be able to bring an environment where, whether it's a snow cone man, sir, or whether it's a guy going around selling ice creams, driving around, that the across the board, that we're able to provide a structure and an environment for persons to be able to expand their business. But I really believe, sir, that the transformation comes in not just the creation of the physical zones in the established places as well as across the communities in the country, but persons truly making themselves, availing themselves of the technological interventions which will open up access to finance, but equally, sir, give them the capacity for me to sit at home or at Parliament and make a purchase, and if somebody's going to deliver it, sir, because I don't necessarily have to go into the physical space to be able to do so. And I think that as small businesses, they have the capacity to be as nimble as possible, sir, and therefore, whilst I know that I recall, and I think the honorable minister who led this debate is well familiar with the efforts that he had initiated in a former life with respect to creating a marketplace, a digital marketplace. I think will go a long way within the context of vendors, such that if the infrastructure is developed and you're registered as a vendor, that you can put your inventory on there, just like how people put on Amazon, sir, and things are bought and sold. I see this as no different, such that we are able to create a space, sir, that I may not even have to leave home. My products are on the marketplace, but we might call it Bridgetown Market, a marketplace, digital marketplace, and as such, allow persons to be able to sell their goods or their services online, and to really, sir, and this will not be limited physically clearly to Barbados, but I believe that we are on the path, sir, that once the persons involved in the process take the opportunity to follow this path, that we truly, sir, will be able to transform this country. So I look forward to this bill being passed, because I have some draft letters for the minister, and he's indicated he's going to send me back some requests, but I look forward to that. But I fully, sir, support this bill, because this is going to transform the lives of Barbadians. As my grandmother, sir, used those monies from the bottom of King Street to help raise me, and I'm here, sir, to be able to vote for this bill, which I believe will be transformational. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honorary Member for St. Lucie.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to lend my support to this very important bill. And of course, I could not let this opportunity pass without speaking on this revolutionary and transformational piece of legislation in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to first congratulate the honorable member for St. James Central and the honorable member for St. George South, who preceded him in this ministry, for bringing this legislation to this chamber, legislation which will, when passed, will affect perhaps every single person in this country, because all of us at some point in time would have benefited from this aspect of trade and commercial activity in the country. Mr. Speaker, it could not have come at a more opportune and important time in the history of Barbados. Could not have come. And this administration and successive BLP administrations, Mr. Speaker, have always, in every single term, brought some sort of transformational, revolutionary, Mr. Speaker, sir, and progressive pieces of legislation to change the lives of persons in this country, especially the ordinary man, the one who we would consider to be at the lower echelons of society. I have to speak on this, Mr. Speaker, because I see myself as a child or product, if I may say so, of vending. My mother was what you call a hawker in those days, Mr. Speaker. First, it was in the community of Paicorner where I grew up. And I remember those Friday nights and those Saturday nights when she would go out and take us behind her across the road, Mr. Speaker, with a basket with bread, some turnovers, corn pone, sweetbread, and the like. And with that little lantern, no street lights or those sort of things much in those days. But with that little lantern, Mr. Speaker, she would ply her trade right there at the corner in Paicorner. Many persons in those days, Mr. Speaker, would come and you would what you call trust the bread, and you will come back and you will pay. Those are terms that we use in the country, in the rural areas. They would trust the bread, and they would come back and they would pay. And out of the earnings during those years, Mr. Speaker, I can say my mom was able to send to school all of us, to clothe us, and such like. She might not have experienced any police officer chasing her from off the spot like we would have had in instances across different areas in the country. But it was indeed a labor of love. And it was the means by which funds were always gained by numerous persons, not just her, numerous persons across this country. A means of survival for a lot. This tells me, Mr. Speaker, that once we persevere and we do what we have to do, we can make it. And I stand proud here this evening, Mr. Speaker, as one who benefited and benefited tremendously. And this must be an example to youngsters in our society today, that it doesn't matter the small beginnings that you come from, or it doesn't matter the circumstances in which you might be raised, you can still hold your head up high, and if you remain focused, you can come to the same stage or even excel past where I am today, Mr. Speaker. And when I look at this bill, I pick one particular sentence or clause. It says it is designed to decriminalize all aspects of vending in Barbados so that the cycle of negativity surrounding vending is broken and the stigma that wraps itself around this critically important activity is forever removed. Mr. Speaker, you could not want a better definition. You could not want a better clause than that. Because in the eyes of many, perhaps not necessarily now and maybe even still so now, vending is seen, it has perhaps a negative connotation, the stigma attached that when you talk about vending, it is for poor people. People that barely making it. But regardless of what that stigma may be, the fact is that it has helped. And thousands, not just hundreds, thousands have benefited, Mr. Speaker, from the proceeds of vending. There are various areas across Barbados where there are the markets. You have the markets and all these different areas. The constituency that I have the honor of representing, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't have any market. Perhaps a lot is less known in terms of these sort of areas in St. Lucie. But it has, Mr. Speaker, some persons who are focused and who want to do well and who work honestly for $1 every day. I am particularly, Mr. Speaker, happy to hear about the vending zones. Honorable Member for St. James Central. And there are some areas that I would want to highlight. In some cases, there's activity there, and in others, there's none. For example, you have Checker Hall, the Four Cross Road. Some activity happens there, but that can be part of the vending zones. You have Allendale. You have Little Bay, where persons have already approached me. Some youngsters have approached me and asked for facilities that they may be able to play their trade especially when the Island Safari tours come around. You have in Crab Hill, you have in Connelltown next to Cave Gap, where there are a number of vendors actually set up there to play their trade. And this trade is not fruit and vegetables, but the craft and so on, the shell work and such like. And I want to have facilities that these persons can do business whether there is sunshine or rain. Because very often we have a situation where when there's rain, they have to shut up shop and run and look for shelter. And it is time that we change a number of these things, and I speak specifically for the constituency of St. Lucie. In a time, Mr. Speaker, when the country is going through difficult circumstances, you've seen as I have seen as I travel the length and breadth of the country where businesses, so to speak, where the ordinary person sets up and tries to make a dollar because people have been laid off, because businesses have been closed down due to COVID. Persons have lost their jobs, Mr. Speaker, and they have found alternative means by which to earn an income to feed their families. And this bill could not have come at a better time to assist these persons. And I want to congratulate again, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member and the teams who would have done it, made it possible. Indeed, the entire, not just the cabinet, but the parliamentary party who have given their support to this. I want to state categorically, Mr. Speaker, my unswerving and unequivocal support for this piece of transformational and groundbreaking legislation. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, will try to be brief. Sir, I want to begin by commending the work done by the Honorable Minister and his team in what I believe is very transformative legislation. And a report, sir, that is as thorough as any report that I've seen coming out of this House, sir, before this Parliament. But sir, I am first and foremost a student of history. So back in the day, I was a student at community college, so was a member for St. Michael Southeast, and the Minister of Tourism at the time, or this time, our current Minister of Tourism. And sir, it is difficult to be a student of history and to hear such a bill or to have such a conversation, sir, and not feel a certain warmth in your soul, recognizing how far we really have come. And I think, sir, of the vending that occurred in town, in the square, across the Caribbean, sir. Ships would come in with cargo. Men would go down in the square, and there would be buying and selling of cargo in the square. Sir, back then, those men were not considered to be illegal vendors, but they were trading black people in the middle of the square, sir. People who came against their will to this country and traded slavery, sir. Men buying and selling in the middle of town under the protection of the law. Absolutely. In the middle of town, engaging in what is the most horrendous of activities. You have to show your teeth, flex your muscles. I want to see that which I am buying, but not considered to be illegal. You fast forward a few years, men selling lettuce and carrots and sweetbread, and having to dodge the police because it is considered then no, not so much no, because we're fixing it, but because it was considered to be illegal. That has to be the definition of a society, sir, that has somehow lost its way. A people that must be in some manner an affront to God. Because it is legal for you to buy and sell my forefathers, but it is illegal for me to sell lettuce and tomatoes in this country, sir. And I think about it, sir, and it doesn't sit well with my spirit, sir. You know, after slavery, when slavery was becoming unpopular, sir, and they moved toward amelioration, the idea was at the time to make conditions better for the slaves. But that was so painful for the planter class to accept, because they could no longer beat the women, or they were no longer supposed to beat the women. They couldn't rape them either, or they weren't supposed to. They were no longer supposed to separate families. They were no longer supposed to let trading occur on Sundays, because the slaves were supposed to be taught Christianity and allowed to pray. It was so offensive to the planter class, sir, that they ended the whole thing. They would rather free the slaves than to have to deal with amelioration. It was so offensive to them. There are still some people for whom the idea of us making things better is offensive to them too. And it is very difficult, sir, for me to accept. Even then, after slavery, when slavery was abolished in 1834, there was supposed to be a period of apprenticeship to prepare the slaves for freedom. Even that they found offensive too. So that by the time slavery was finally, when emancipation finally came in 1838, sir, they ended the apprenticeship period early because they couldn't deal with it. And yet, sir, even after slavery was abolished, even after emancipation came, in the other islands, you see, the free blacks could go and work other places, but not in Barbados, but they didn't have the land. You had to go back to the same plantation and to be treated the same way. So that we had, or have, a psyche, sir. In Barbados, it was worse than the others. And I want to start this way because it's only when you fully appreciate that which happened in Barbados, in this country, that you can properly appreciate what it is that we did when we took this country to a republic. And that is why countries now are saying across the Caribbean that they didn't expect this behavior from Barbados. But they can't see little England doing the things that Barbados is now doing. Because when we got full emancipation, so our people were still enslaved. Still having to go back and beg for a job on the same plantations and be treated the same way almost. And to be given such a meager wage, sir, it was almost still slavery. And we want to believe somehow that with the Emancipation Proclamation came the end of slavery. But we know that is not true. And even today, sir, I am very careful, sir, because a man might see me stop and buy Akis. As a man did one time, I like to buy Akis. I just buy whatever in season. I just buy Dunks, Akis, whatever they're selling, I buy. Sir, fat person. People will say how it is you buying from that man. You don't know how he come to his things. But if you track the history of some of the largest establishments in the world, it would cause you, or it should cause you concern. Paying people meager wages, sir, to work in factories. Going and taking up other people's land. Extracting everything they can from other nations, sir. Slavery has been a blemish on the history of us, I agree, but it has built other societies, sir, and we're vacationing there. We're not asking how to get all these brand name things that we want to buy. So that the psyche that has crippled the black mind, sir, still continues to cripple it. I remember as a boy, when I had a shirt marked Made in America, all we used to do, look at my shirt made in America, yours made in Barbados. My shirt is a better shirt than your shirt. Exactly, my mark of an elite garment factory. My shirt is a better shirt than your shirt. I'm serious, I'm sure you would have done it. So look at my shirt made in America. Even though we want to get brand name shirts because they established brand names, but they're made in Vietnam. They're made in Bangladesh. They're made in China. They're made in all kinds of places, sir, but the mark on some brands, sir, nobody ain't asking how we come to these things. Somebody asked me where I buy Akis from. The people on the street, they must teach them. Well, you don't know how to come to these things. You're paying people all kind of petty wages, sir. We have been crippled, sir. Crippled. And I really want to come to this bill, sir, because I don't intend to be long. I don't intend to be very long. I got a whole set of things I was going to say. I'm going to leave that out. So I just want to make the point, sir, that we really have a lot of rethinking to do, sir. There is a book that I have, The Miseducation of the Negro. Everybody should read it. Both of them, The Miseducation and The Education of the Negro. The reality is for me, sir, that I do not feel comfortable in my skin watching somebody else get unfair. You can't. You must not feel uncomfortable, sir. You must not feel comfortable, sir, watching somebody else get unfair. And in places in this country, perhaps, but certainly in other places, but in this country too, people now have to go to work, sir, in all kinds of conditions, especially the domestics, being treated almost like slaves. I have people in my constituency who tell me that they can't even dare say anything to their employers because they feel they can get fired, or they're threatened daily with being fired, sir, in this country. And there are other people, sir, who are bonded in all kinds of ways, sir, who come to Barbados. Some people hold on to the passport, all kinds of things. We have a lot of things to rethink. We have a lot of things to rethink in Barbados, sir, so that when we come to Parliament, a lot of human trafficking. And they say, sir, that is big business, you know. But I want to come to the point, sir, because I see the AG is getting itchy. He feels... I want to come to the point, sir, on this bill very quickly, sir. I support the bill, of course, sir. When we became the government, sir, we set out to improve the conditions for all kinds of people. Every single ministry, sir, with a mandate to serve people set out to improve the conditions for all kinds of people. So I set out, obviously, to improve the conditions for the vendors in the market. And we found the markets in the state that was so deplorable. And we've been able, sir, to improve the conditions in almost all of the markets in Barbados, sir, in a short space of time. We're now working on the fish landing site, sir, so the Honourable Member for St. Lucie could rest assured that his fish landing site will soon be attended to. Because he asks me all the time. But we have, sir, when we came into government, sir, to do a lot of things. Look, the jetties wanted fixing. People were so absent faith that when I told somebody we are about to fix the jetty in Noisance, he said, man, I've heard about 4 or 5 ministers before you say. We fixing the jetty in Noisance. We fixing it in Spikestown. Fixing in Bridgetown. I mean, a lot of things are happening to be able to make sure people have better conditions, sir. We've just put fads all around this country, sir. Every fisherman in Barbados will tell you now, since we started deploying the fads, that they're actually catching fish. The fad is a fish aggregating device, sir. It is a simple piece of technology. Anything that floats in the water attracts fish. With the ones that we've put out, sir, they're a lot bigger. We've put technology on them to be able to attract the kind of fish, the wave energy, and so on. So we're really moving in a different direction, sir, to improve the conditions for the fishermen, sir. I have... Unlike many, sir, I have had the opportunity of being a vendor myself. And on Sunday mornings, with my carrier bike, selling my own letters. Selling letters that I grew beside my house. I could have been run down by the police when I had a license, but I was growing letters beside my house. Growing tomatoes, no, Minister, I was growing tomatoes beside my house. Okras. I was growing a lot of things. I mean, man, I was a young farmer, B. Forgive me, sir. Forgive me language. But I found myself, sir, using my carrier bike to be able to ride around on a Sunday morning and sell these things. And that the persons in the Pine at the time, sir, I could hardly get out my community, sir, because they would say, look, you know, youngster trying to think, before you go out, you got properly everything sold. Because that's the way we were. And somebody could have seen me doing that and say, Kurt, you're an illegal vendor. To me, they would call me, you're an illegal vendor, and try to arrest me. And they just trying to make $1. We were in here when the representative for Barvin told the story of when the minister responsible told it this morning, the honorable member for St. James Central, watching his own father get arrested for vending. Another young man today while we were having lunch told us of him being arrested himself for vending in front of his 8-year-old daughter. And that the only thing he was doing was selling fruit juices. And that this thing is so fundamentally wrong. You know, you could live in a just society that has unjust laws. And if you continue to follow those unjust laws, the society then will become unjust unless you change the laws. And that is why, sir, I feel it is incumbent on this generation to do the things that we are doing. I am so proud of the honorable member for St. James Central and the way he led this process, sir. There has been so much consultation on this bill. We had 9 in committee, but the minister had much more than that. There's been so much consultation on this bill, sir. The people who serve in the committee too also represent the actual vending class. So that we are able to do something, sir, on behalf of people, and have people also do something on behalf of themselves. Because a lot of people feel, you know, people were surprised when the vendors came in to this committee and started to articulate for them. People actually said so, you know. I was so surprised to hear how well the lady from Barnufo spoke. I was so surprised to hear how well the guy from Barvin spoke. I was so impressed with the passion of the person from the Wayside vendors, because all these people now are devoid of intelligence, they're devoid of emotion, they cannot make a contribution. The fact that we are surprised by people's intelligence in a country where 97% is supposed to be educated says more about the people who are surprised than the people who actually spoke in here. I wasn't surprised. But if you speak to persons, sir, you know a lot of these people, even almost everywhere, those of us who are MPs, when we canvass, you run out to men on the block, you start to have these conversations. Man, great. And a lot of people who are vendors, sir, made a choice. Some were forced upon the choice, and some made a choice by design. Some circumstances, sir, had to go and find work. They couldn't find work. They started doing the thing. Some now own all kinds of businesses. But, sir, we are right in the wrong, sir, and I'm happy to be able to say that I support it, sir. I am happy to be able to say that I, too, at some point in time, can look to my daughters and say that your father was involved in correcting something that is centuries old. It is centuries old, sir. It is like, to me now, I feel like when I first got my driver's license, you get your license, but you now got to learn to drive. We might have been able to pass this legislation, but people now got to get used to the fact that these people are not illegal people operating somehow in the dirt and in the slums. It's a conversation we're going to have with all of our forces, services, to make sure that we continue to treat people now with a little bit more respect, sir. I must conclude, sir, by telling you, sir, when I was at primary school, you know, when I became a man, I realized how hard it was really on people. There would be people who would come down to the school, they still do it with the little trays, and they sell Conquerors and these Kool-Aids and those things. And for the children who from time to time wouldn't have money, these hawkers, as we would call them, these hawkers would give you a pack of Conquerors, give you Kool-Aid. If your friends could buy and you can't buy, they give you something so that you don't feel bad. And they did it for everybody, sir. What I came to realize now as a grown man is that probably is a light bill they can't pay, a food that they can't buy, but that there was an understanding that there was something greater in terms of the fabric that ties us all, sir, as human beings, sir. There was something greater. And so I cannot now, in clear conscience, be anything but supportive of this legislation. These people give me food when I had nothing, though. When I was going to Wilkie Camelback on occasion, sir, have a Kool-Aid, because I know you ain't got no money, have something to eat. So we came, sir, to right a wrong, sir, and I am happy to be able to do it, sir. And I want to close, I wasn't going to do it, but I want to close, sir, if you would allow me, by a quick verse of something that I had written a few years back, sir. Sir, remembering myself, and I'm thankful to Bassa. Grateful for we struggles because now we forwarding together. Brother, sister, big up the small trade vendor and the old woman that used to hustle selling black bitch by the corner and sucker babies. 5 cents for akis. When every mother had she boy child cutting banana leaves, then by morning count keys, count me in that. Remembering King Dial and his suit and bicycle and hat, this day takes me back to walking to school and to roasting breadfruit and flying fish, $5 when the fishman passed through. And when mommy gets screwed over some folly we do, it ain't no rates in a child, it was a hard lash in you, Barbados special and true. So don't mind how we quarrel. There ain't a place in the world like Barbados, period. Sorry, I'm obliged to you. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Christchurch West Central.
Mr. Speaker, sorry I won't be there with the House. I mean, I'm not poet like the member who just spoke, and certainly not in that category at all. But I want to thank him for his contribution today. I want to first say that it would be remiss of me not to be able to lend my voice to the conversation today, recognizing, of course, that I represent the Onfulas of Christchurch, a constituency, namely Christchurch West Central, who has a lot of vending zones, not by happenstance, by the way, but out of the necessity to be able, for persons to be able to support themselves in a geographical way. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Member of Parliament for St. James Central, he would say that he represents the epicenter of St. James, rightly alluded to a New Deal. And the Prime Minister, the Member of Parliament for St. Michael, Northeast, reiterated the fact that this is really a New Deal. But I want to say today, and I'll shackle my vocal cords to say, that this is really not only a New Deal, it is a real deal. And since 2018, we have been able to provide Barbados with not only a New Deal, but the real deal. The real deal as it relates to the first move that we made in education, when we were able to remove the albatross, that onerous tuition fees from the proverbial necks of Barbadians. We introduced the New Deal in terms of the fishing industry and the blue economy. The New Deal as it relates to the photovoltaic trust and the Ministry of Energy. The New Deal with the electric buses. Mr. Speaker, the New Deal in providing low-income homes, because a house is not a home unless there are certain basic tenants associated with it. We also, since 2018, introduced a new deal called the trust loan that is tying to our vending and our vending policy. A new deal as it relates to the fee program for farmers. And you got something else coming out of there, although sometimes persons may associate it with a high type of sphere that they are operating. Mr. Speaker, there is a new deal in my ministry, and you would have heard me expose across the entire country about the fact that we should be clean and green. There's a new deal as it relates to the garbage trucks and the lifters that associate and the technology we bring to the collection of garbage. Well, Mr. Speaker, and the real deal, Mr. Speaker, sir, speaks to how we treat the our biodiversity, non-biodiversity loss, and the tree planting exercise in my ministry. And for young persons, don't feel left out. We have exposed them to a new deal in terms of the youth advance score. A new and real deal as it relates to the job First Start program in the Ministry of Labor. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, when somebody tell you you're saving the best for last. Last, but by no means the new and real deal as it relates to vending in this country. And I want to commend the Member of Parliament for St. James Central for introducing this new and real deal. And deal for me, Mr. Speaker, is the acronym for drop everything and listen. And I want today to tell Barbadians, we have dropped the fact that vendors over the years have been ostracized. We have dropped the fact that vendors have been criminalized in this country. We have dropped the fact today, as I speak, when this bill is passed, the fact that vendors from the 17th century and probably before were humiliated and deprived of their basic expectations in a fair and just society. We will drop the fact today that they were destroyed, beaten, and their families and homes in this country were disadvantaged. We have dropped that. And we have told every single person in earshot to listen to the New Deal, where vendors will have not only, as the Member of Parliament for St. Michael East said, the intangible stake, which is the Barbadian dream, but the tangible stake to have a space and sphere in this country under this new vending bill. That is what we have said. There's a New Deal. And I want every single Barbadian to understand what we are doing. We are not just telling vendors that there is a new space called a vending zone and go in there and start to vend. We are providing them with the technology, the education, the opportunities to have those financial literacy, the opportunity to have the training so that they can become the entrepreneurs that can carry this country forward. And that is the New Deal also in this government, to provide Barbadians with the chance and the ability to have that once in a lifetime opportunity to live the Barbadian dream, to have a sense of ownership. And there was a New Deal over the last couple of days when we transitioned for the first time to a republic status. An area where we, for the first time, have been able to cut off the proverbial umbilical cord and to say to every single Barbadian, we have our own identity. That is the real and the New Deal too. But that is tied in, because we're talking about the umbilical connection here. That is tied in, Mr. Speaker, sir, to what we offer them in terms of the vending bill. The opportunity for every single Barbadian to be able to earn a living. I don't have to be consecrated, and we speak a pious nation when I say that the book of Genesis 3, verses 19, said, by the sweat of thy brow, you should eat food until you go back to the land. Eat food, bread, whatever you call it. May eat fish too, because the Minister of Maritime Affairs is looking at me. Until you go back to the land. It shows that not only for us Barbadians, but every single person in the world should have the opportunity to live the dream of being able to support themselves and their families. And that is what this bill speaks to, empowering people. And what do you have when you call vending and vendors association and the whole idea about vending in that type of sphere? You have persons, Mr. Speaker, that represent a very important industry. An industry that more than ever, post-COVID, that has been able to realize the expectations of Barbadians and allow them to provide for their family in a basic needs approach and using a basic needs philosophy. Food, providing food, shelter, water, clothing, those basic needs. That is what the vending industry has allowed in this country. It has allowed persons to be involved in one of the most renowned industries in Barbados, the cottage industries. Those in basketry, those that sell the textiles, ceramics, using indigenous products, Barbadian grown and made homemade products in a recyclable way. Because if you're talking about vending, you have to talk about recyclables and how we can use that which persons would see as garbage to use it in a special way to be able to help support yourselves and your family. The research is there to suggest that out of every ton of garbage that go to the landfill, with a good cottage industry and a good recyclable industry, we could deliver onto this country 3 to 5 great jobs. And with the creative imagination of Barbadians, and I want to thank the Member of Parliament for St. James Central for giving those vendors the opportunity to dream the Barbadian dream. That is what I want to give them the opportunity for. I didn't want to say that a mind touched with a new experience, once that experience is good, will never go back to its old dimension. You have given those vendors the opportunity to be touched with a new experience so that they will never remember the austerity that they faced from the 16th or 17th century. That is the opportunity that this government has given vendors and has given persons of that sphere in this country today. We have given them the opportunity to have a voice. We have given the opportunity to be recognized as professionals in the same way that every single person who has a vocation can say, I am a professional at this. I am a doctor, I'm a professional. A lawyer, I'm a professional. Now a vendor is seen for the first time in Barbados to be a professional like everybody else. And that is what we are fighting for in this country, to have equality, whether socially, whether environmentally, whether financially. That is a basic human right, to be able to dream the Barbadian dream as it relates to equality. I didn't want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I understand vending. I really do. My mother, Jean Agatha Ford, she allowed me to call her name in party. Jean Agatha Ford. Everybody know her in the radio program. She was able, sir, and I know that you would have given me permission. I didn't know that she doesn't mind me calling her name. She was able to raise 5 children off of planting baskets with penguin. As a scientist, I may call it the Pandonus tectorius. The Pandonus tectorius. But reality of it, that's just the botanical name, Mr. Speaker, sir. But it's penguin. And you can ask anybody in St. Andrew or those St. Thomas in the country and all over Barbados who are involved in the basketry industry about penguin and planting maps and baskets and all those things. That's how she supported her family. That's how she supported me. But I could never imagine, and that is quite the possibility, that lo and behold, and she do it the wrong place at the wrong time, that she could have faced the law courts, just like how all those vendors that give testimony in this same August chamber alluded to. That is an image that I would want, Mr. Speaker, to be able to reflect on that today. And I just want to thank the Prime Minister and the entire government, including my good friend from St. James Central, who championed this bill, to be able to say no more to put in the handcuffs and shackles on vendors, poor people in this country, who work hard to provide the nexus for every single generation. And while sitting in the back, an article was shared to me by none other than Ambassador David Kamashon, and he allowed me to use the article to reflect on my point here. And it was basically to say that we talked about persons being criminalized from the 17th century. But to bring it in the current era, he was able to show me an article where a group of policemen took some vendors off the streets, and they were at the Central Police Station, and he was part of the whole operation to stop those vendors from having to face the law courts. And they say so, Mr. Speaker, with a heavy heart, to see that which we are trained to prevent is not a 17th century that's crazier. It's not the 18th century that's crazier. It's not the idiosyncrasy of the 20th century. It has happened over the last 2 decades. Last 2 decades. So fast forward to today, I am saying this is revolutionary. This is revolutionary. And it speaks truth to power in terms of what we are trying to do to empower the average man. And Mr. Speaker, so I want to belabor this house. I just want to say that we are not only ensuring that vendors have a professional stake in this country, but when we talk about Barbadians, and we know what our latest national hero has done in the entire world, we are talking about vendors being able to chart their own destiny outside of Barbados as well. And that's where you would have heard about the training, the phytosanitary standards, so their products could be sold in the entire world. Because we say from our manifesto that we are here to create world leaders in every single dimension. Whether it is vending, whether it is the arts, whether it is the culture, whether it is the creativity, whether it is robotics, engineering, you name it. That is why we are here today, and that's why we come to Parliament every single Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, or whatever day, so that we can give Barbadians an opportunity and a chance to be world leaders and to have that space in the world and to chart their own destinies. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to close simply by saying that I'm supportive of the bill unequivocally. I give the Member of Parliament for St. James Central my unshackled support. And I want to say that, in closing, that when you stop doing the wrong things, it gives the right things the opportunity to catch up. Today is the day where we have stopped the wrong as it relates to vending. And we have finally decided, as a government, that I'm proud to be associated with, to give those vendors the opportunity to have the Usain Bolt moment with the right things and to allow themselves to have a tangible stake so that they can become the firm craftsmen of their field. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm obliged. Thank you.
Honourable members, the mic is so central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the outset, sir, in supporting this resolution to consider the report of this very important Joint Select Committee, I would like to acknowledge a particular contribution, and I don't think I will need permission to mention his name because his name is in the report. The contribution of one of the members of the group from Barvin, who, Mr. Leonard Alsop, who happens to be from Delamareland, who is noted in the report as a stalwart.
Top of grass, we got.
Exactly.
Top of grass, we got.
Top of grass fields. He's noted as a stalwart in this sector among vendors. He ambulates with the help of a wheelchair. He loves to engage on topical matters. He does so from the spot that he sells from in Swan Street. And he does so on every occasion that he can find. And I start with Mr. Alsop, who is a dear and treasured friend of mine. Because I want to start in the place of who are vendors to us as a society. And when I think back, when I think of people like Mr. Alsop, when I think of people like the president of Barvin and others, but also when I think back to being at Belmont Primary School, isn't it something, sir, that you always remember the names of the people who sold things in the various places that you got into some mischief. And I will call these names because these are not given names. We used to call them two women, and I'll come to that in a second. Two women, Vivi is what we called one, and I can only assume that that was short for Vivian, but at 3 and 4 years old, you weren't really sure because you weren't calling them by those names. Vivi was one, and the other one was a woman that used to call Girl Me. Girl Me was the other. And if you would permit me, sir, to just give a bit of a sketch of these two women. Vivi used to sit in the corner by the gate, by where the reception and so on were. And she was one of those who would say, you can't just buy a marble, sweetie, you gotta buy a tamarind ball too. You remember, you know those trading techniques? She was one of those. She would have a small tray, and I remember that she would take snuff as well. Girl Me was larger than life. And she wore a long dress, a lot of clothes, a lot of apron with all the pockets. And she always knew what was, I don't know how she knew, but she always knew what was in every pocket. I don't know how they weren't labeled. I don't know how she kept it straight. But she knew where the 5 cents were and where the dollar bills were and where something that she was keeping for you, and because she knew you were coming but you weren't going to have any money today. She knew where everything was. But not only that, she knew every name of every child in that school. And she knew your mother's name and your grandmother's name. And she knew your favorite snack. And she was one of the people that you would run to and say, Carrie Simmons, fair me. And she would help pacify, and she would help preside over disputes, and she would carry the stories of that neighborhood and those villages from class to class to class. And so I start there, sir, because I think that we really have to understand who we are talking about when we talk about vendors in our communities. Because in schools and communities, in the places that we come to know ourselves, these are the people who help us come to know ourselves. And these are the people who help us remember our history. And so the idea that such people should not be able to live with the kind of dignity with which we expect to live is one that I cannot even contemplate. You know, I spent some time living and studying in a country that had very fractured relations with its neighbor. And, you know, on the island, what we call the island of Hispaniola, it's divided in two. And there is a sense, or there has been a sense in which half of that island, half of the inhabitants of that landmass are somehow less than or not as good as the other half. And so I lived and studied in a place where I would stand at a bus stop with my bus pass that I got as a scholarship student studying economics. And I would be left by the driver at that bus stop because I looked like I came from the other side of that island. My skin was dark, so dark as to suggest that I came from the other side of that island. And my hair was so knotty as to suggest that I came from the other side of that island. And I eventually became roommates with a young Chinese Jamaican young lady, and I would say to her, come, she only lived down the road, she didn't need to catch the bus. I would say to her, come and stand up at the bus stop with me so that the driver will stop when he sees you. And when he stops, I could get on the bus. In that same environment, I would witness every day groups of people being chased away, being rounded up and put on buses, because whether they knew or not, if you had a right to be there, you looked like you didn't belong there. And I would be walking around the city, and I would be walking on the boardwalk, what they call the Malecon. And I'd be walking around, and I would think, oh, I had every paper in my possession that had on my name, Mr. Speaker. Because I would think, oh my goodness, if these people come to tell me that I look like I should not be walking about, what are you going to do? If these people come to tell me that I do not have a right to be here, and I get put on this bus and drive across the border where I don't speak the language, I speak the language here, what am I going to do? This fear that you might be chased around and embarrassed because somebody has deemed that you don't have a right to be there, that you would be criminalized, because in those judicial systems, when you get lost, when you're in jail, you don't easily get out, that you might be criminalized. Literally, loss is correct. Because somebody has deemed that you should not be there. That, I know that terror. And I remember having a conversation with the university to say, listen, y'all got to do better than this. Y'all have to somehow make it so that those of us who are a little bit darker than these people expect to be around this university and to be getting on these buses, that we have a certain level of protection. That kind of level of protection, that right to exist with dignity without having to constantly live in fear, is what this bill is able to introduce to the lives and the consciousness of Barbadians in this country. And that is one of the reasons that it is so important. It is about dignity, fundamentally. And, the new republic orientation that we are taking is one towards service. And the change of name from the Barbados Police Force to the Barbados Police Service is so important to me. It is so tremendous, because I have always said that even if you have to be arrested, even if you have to enter the judicial system, at every step of the way, you should be able to do that with dignity. Because it's a service. Even if you have to arrest me, and I trust that it will not happen to me in my lifetime, but one never knows. But even if it is to happen, you are delivering a service. And so, sir, when I look at Clause 28, that suggests that a person who contravenes a provision set out in Part 1 of the 7th Schedule, which has to do with making sure that you're properly licensed to operate, will then pay an administrative penalty. And clauses 28 to 31, setting out the conditions of that administrative penalty, and the fact that if a person doesn't pay the penalty, that person can then be taken before the magistrate's court so that the sum can be recovered in civil proceedings in that court. This is important. It is important, it's significant for two reasons. One is that, I've always said that Barbados is very good at policing people. You always want to tell people how to be and how to act. And I don't necessarily mean in terms of the formal process of policing, but we always feel that we should tell people how to be
how to exist in their skin, right? Whether it bothers somebody else or not. But the idea that for something like not having gone through the right licensing process to be in a particular position then creates a criminal. You know how many people I know that have not gone through the correct licensing process for a number of things in this country? I happen to have some responsibility for a particular one. And I don't see many people who have not followed the procedures for certain regulatory processes when it comes to building large buildings or car parks, end up getting chased about the place, and then end up with a criminal record. I don't see it. Far from that, it goes in the reverse. Because my father used to talk about being wrong and strong. As soon as there's some suggestion, some inconvenience to them, many times, they look to place the blame on the government and proceed with legal action against government of Barbados. Now, I'm not saying that we must not let the judicial system function. But I am saying that for some reason, we have handpicked certain types of activity, and the failure to follow proper regulatory procedure or licensing procedure for that activity, and decided that that is criminal. And we haven't done so for others. I wonder why. I wonder what tends to obtain between the two groups of people who would tend to be operating in those activities that makes us feel confident and okay to criminalize a woman or a man that we feel operates in a certain space in the society. But we dare not seek to criminalize others who have essentially done the same thing, just on a much grander scale. And that's the irony. Because the public mischief, when you do not go through the proper procedure for things like building a large building, the scale of the potential damage is far, far greater. But we don't chase that man down any road. We don't grab them up by the scruff of their neck and embarrass them in front of their peers. But I want to go further on this issue of administrative penalties, sir. And that is to suggest that we also need to take a different approach to these issues of payments of penalties and fines if we are really taking a new republic orientation to the idea of service. Because if I am called on, if I am required to pay a fine or a penalty, not just with respect to this legislation, but with any legislation, you know, what sometimes happens is that people have fines outstanding. They may have been paid, but have not be reflected in the records of the court. They may not have been paid because the person has forgotten. But we now have a system where I can arrest you from your house and imprison you over the weekend because you have not paid a fine from 7 or 9 years ago. Now, while we seek to address administrative penalties in this bill, and while we seek to ensure that this remains in the realm of civil proceedings, we need to go a step further. We need to make sure that a person who needs to pay a fine can pay a fine online or something with their credit card or with their debit card and just get it out the way. We need to really deliver this as a service. Because the fact that I am required to pay a fine does not mean that I'm a terrible person. You know, I tend to believe that somebody who runs afoul of the law should find themselves embarrassed before the court. Should. You deserve it. You did something bad. That's terrible. But that could be any of us. And we really need to have a system where people are allowed to do their restitution to the state and to get on with their lives, rather than feeling as if we have to hold people to ransom for the rest of their lives. We need to embarrass people. We need to drag them out in front of the grandmother and their children because they didn't pay $150 7 years ago. What part of an evolved society is that? You know, and the member for Christchurch East Central made reference to some other things that we need to modernize. You know, as we develop appropriate licensing systems and so on and spaces, and the member for Christchurch East Central, he's waiting on this bill to try and get a blight. But in St. Michael South Central, we were waiting. The Halls Road Commercial Village is underway because people, you will know well, sir, people don't wait for you to tell them that they could eat. People don't wait for permission. They can't. And so Halls Road was organically emerging as a commercial space, as many other areas across Barbados have. And what we decided to do as we built out Golden Square, as we built out Fairchild Street Market, was to also continue the modernization of Constitution River right up to the former Globe Cinema. And as a part of that modernization, to make sure that there are spaces there, and I could tell already that they're not going to be enough, but we got to start somewhere because there's tremendous interest, but to make sure that there are spaces there to regularize and encourage those who are already there, but also to encourage others. People have to feel that they can live and work and exist in their community and that they can provide goods and services to the people in their community. You know how good it feels to be able to create something or bake something or make some fruit juice and then sell it to the people that live around you? You know, the member for St. Michael South claims that he used to grow lettuce and tomatoes and sell it. I will have to see evidence of that. But what I do recall, and many others have mentioned it before, was my mother, and I'm going to call her name with your permission that you've granted, sir. My mother, Grace Lynn Clark, was the name that she was given at birth. But she used to, I've said over and over how my mother was a small farmer. She used to have a kitchen garden. She used to raise livestock and so on. And there was nothing that my mother was afraid of, right? So, you know, I was very happy that she stopped. We had chickens, we had sheep, we had pigs, and it was a larger and larger creature all the time. I was very glad that she stopped before we got to cows because I wasn't able to carry out no cows. I used to have to carry out the sheep in the morning. I was not carrying the cows anywhere. But I remember that when she killed a pig, then she would sell the pork to people in the neighborhood, right? Now, the part of that made my life a little bit difficult was that I, with my bicycle, she would say, this piece for Miss Cobham and this piece for so-and-so. I don't know if anybody, sir, in this chamber has tried to ride a bicycle to a neighborhood with pork hanging off bars. I would not recommend it because, you know, villages don't have all these big gates and things with dogs behind them. Dogs just walk about, run about in the village, right? So I used to pick up some real speed, making sure I get rid of that pork riding about on that bicycle. But, and the member for St. Lucie has mentioned it, member for Christchurch West Central, many of us were raised on vending. And, you know, my mother, anything she would touch would grow like, I mean, amazingly, still to this day, you know? And she used to grow all kinds of things, lettuce, string beans, all kinds of things, and sell She used to sell mainly to supermarkets. She would go to Rick's supermarket and Carlton supermarket, but my mother didn't drive at the time, right? And I would watch my mother pick the spinach. Thankfully, it was spinach, so it was light. Pick the spinach from the paling, because the whole paling, you all know how it was, sir. Whole paling sheet with spinach. Now, I can't tell you though that I did not dream of waking up and finding all that spinach gone, though, because I can't say that I was a fan of spinach, eating spinach when I was a child. But pick the spinach, stuff it in large garbage bags, and take the bus, 2 buses, from St. Clair Road to town. And if she was going to Carlton, she had to take another bus. And had to find her way with these bags of produce. Those bags of produce were the reasons that I was able to learn how to dance. I wasn't able to go to the fancy schools. I had to go to the community dance groups. I had to pay a little stipend. The reason that we were able to go on tours, and my mother wouldn't have to disappoint us and say, well, can't afford for y'all to do this. The reason that we were able to have an education that was expanded beyond the 4 walls of the classroom, that was because she was able to sell the fruits of her labor. But you know, I agree with the member for Christchurch East Central that we have to expand this, because entrepreneurship is a spectrum. These vendors, Mr. Allsop, Mr. Alexander, and all of these people that we are seeking to represent in this legislation, are entrepreneurs. But we have far more work to do. You know, not just Barbados, but this entire region has been in an evolution when it comes to addressing the dignity of certain categories of work. The member for St. Philip South addressed it similarly when he was able to ensure that there are adequate facilities for agricultural workers, making sure that all workers can live with dignity. We've been in that process with domestic workers, not just in Barbados, but I think of the work done in Trinidad and Tobago. And I don't have permission to call her name, but we have in this region a strong activist who was able to work with others to make sure the National Union for Domestic Employees, I believe it was called, that we give dignity and protection to that category of work as well. So it is a continuum, it is a spectrum, but we need to do more. Because we also need to make sure that we have financial services that are real. And I know that the minister that introduced this legislation, the member for St. James Central, is also working on that. Because I am able in many countries to go and buy a hand of bananas, and the vendor has the little device on the mobile phone that is just clipped on there. And they say, whatever you have, I can take that payment. And they just swipe it and you go. And that is something that we have to be able to bring legitimately, practically, to people who vend, so that they're also safe and not walking about like girl me with pockets full of cash and 5-cent pieces and 25-cent pieces. We also will, I am sure, continue to develop the work of the collateral registry. And I know that it is not done to speak to forthcoming legislation, but I just want to speak to the idea, which is that in many jurisdictions, and soon, I'm sure with the hard work of the member who introduced this bill, people need to be able to use other kinds of assets. If you don't have a house, if you don't have a car, if you don't have land, but you need access to finance, and you need credit, and you need collateral, the use of mobile assets, something like a sewing machine, something like tools that you have, mobile assets that you can use as collateral to secure finance, that is another frontier of this tremendously important work that we're doing. Another frontier still is to be able to really, as a country, but also as a region, have an input into the kinds of online regulations that are going to allow Barbadians to legitimately sell on places like Amazon and Alibaba and all these places. Because the truth is that if you're not trading online in the new economy, you're not trading. And I'm not talking about people who choose to sell in a fixed location or people who choose to drive around and sell. I'm talking about people who have goods and especially services that they wish to trade in an online marketplace, and they want a larger market. And part of this compact that we've started here today, but that we have to continue, is to also give them that kind of access. On every front, sir, it is a question of more access, better conditions, and being able to live your life with dignity. It's not just in Halls Road Commercial Village, as we call it in St. Michael South Central, that we're looking to expand, but also in places where people naturally gather. You know, we have a pavilion in Valerie and Britten's Hill, and I say all the time, people are not going to ask for permission to eat. People are not going to ask for permission to come and sell a little something. They're not going to send the children to school the next day. They're going to do it. Our job is to help regulate and regularize that desire and that activity. And so where people naturally gather and have sporting events, this legislation also makes it easier, not just for more permanent kinds of kiosks, which is what we're doing in Britten's Hill as well, but also for the kinds of occasional vending that people will want to do, to be able to top up, to fill a gap when resources are running low. And that's extremely important, that kind of activity can be supported easily, which is what this bill also does. Finally, sir, I want to say something about the tribunal and the appellate process under this legislation. I think that it is right to do the things that we seek to do in this bill, to ensure that there is an orderly and predictable system for people who wish to vend to do so. And that where there has been some gap or some failure to observe the regulations, that those people are not criminalized. But I think as well that the tribunal system and whatever is the appellate process has to function. You know, we all know, and you know better than anyone, sir, that justice delayed is justice denied. And, you know, when I was younger, and my mother used to take me to the polyclinic, take us all to the polyclinic. We used to use the public health system. We would wait as long as it took, right? Because there was this notion that it just takes as long as it takes. Keep people sitting there waiting as long as you keep them waiting, because you're not paying for this. That was the notion. We were paying for it because we're paying taxes, right? But there was this, and it has been a vestige of colonialism. Y'all free now. We're one of lucky to got this free health care. Your ancestors was locked up in the plantation. You should be glad that you could walk about. Sir, that was that had to be the mentality, because I could not understand. And my mother was a good, well-behaved citizen like they taught us to be. Would, as soon as her name was called, she would run. I mean, you don't even get a chance to walk with dignity to the desk. Would run, and I would say, Mommy, take your time and walk. But you're running so, just walk. But similarly, I feel as if we have this notion that in the justice system, things just take as long as they take. But we are not fulfilling a new republic orientation towards service if we do not deliver service swiftly. So what I hope to see under this legislation is that if there is any circumstance in which a woman or a man who invariably, as a vendor, does not have a lot of time to knock about in a justice system, or to knock about before a tribunal, or to have a matter adjourned and come back and come back and come back and come back and come back. Because time has more value to people at lower income levels. It has more value because they have to catch the bus and wait for a bus, and a lot of what they do takes time. So I hope, sir, that this tribunal and this appellate process delivers judgments swiftly, because I regret that we have developed too many processes that are meant to deliver rulings and justice and decisions to people that take too long, that hold up people's lives, that do not give people early enough a decision or an idea of how they should proceed. It is, for me, the next frontier of our new republic orientation to service. We are fixing this today, and I congratulate the member for St. George South. I congratulate the member for St. James Central, in particular on his leadership of this in Joint Select Committee. Consultation is a part of governance that people take for granted. Brokering, negotiations, reaching consensus. It is something that we don't always see, but it is critical. And I want to publicly today congratulate the member for ushering this process through. It was no small thing. From here, we have to move to the execution. And the fairness that is represented in the legislation has to continue through to how we administer it and how we deliver for people. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member St. Michael, Sophie's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to lend my voice to this important and historic debate on the National Vending Bill. I want to echo the sentiments of those who have come before me in terms of how I'm sure how proud all of us feel in being able to be part of a parliament that has recognized not only the rights of vendors, but certainly has been able to demonstrate by its actions over the course of the last few decades how important to us our vendors in our society certainly have been and will continue to be in our society. I want to congratulate the Honourable Member for St. James Central and certainly the Honourable Member who came before him, the Honourable Member for St. George South as well, and certainly all of the persons who would have worked on the bill to be able to get it to this point. As others have said, this has been no easy task to get it here. I think that the process is testimony to the fact that this administration has continued to demonstrate that it is willing to listen to the stakeholders. There may not always be times where everybody is on the same page, but I do believe that being able to have that opportunity to ventilate and to share ideas has certainly helped to fine-tune and to certainly refine the initial thoughts on what should have been in the vending legislation and certainly what has become the final product that is before us today as well. The Barbados Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, over the years, and certainly within the last few years in particular, has spoken a lot about stakeholder engagement. It's spoken about consultations. I know that in the last couple of weeks, we've concluded the discussions on the People's Assemblies. We've been able to have persons engage even in relation to the Charter of Barbados. We've seen a series of discussions and consultations taking place, which I believe, again, speaks to what we committed to several years ago to the public of Barbados and what the public of Barbados was requesting of us. And I think that this bill is no different. I recall, Mr. Speaker, even prior to 2018, having the opportunity with the member for St. Michael East, I believe it was a member for St. Thomas, and certainly members of Barvin, to engage in discussions regarding what we had to do when we came to office in relation to vendors and to be able to decriminalize the way in which they were being treated. I remember on several occasions getting those calls and having those discussions with colleagues regarding how vendors were being treated by the then Royal Barbados Police Force. Many of us were united in terms of our focus that, you know, the things that would have basically preceded us for generations, that those things should not be allowed to continue. And I know that it has always been certainly the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, and certainly well articulated by her, as to what we must do when we came to office to make wrong things right. And so I proudly stand here today, sir, to really indicate my endorsement of this piece of legislation. I don't think I need to speak to the history, because many others have spoken to it before, but I will say that I share the same sentiments, given that we are all cut from the same cloth, coming from an agricultural class, coming from a class of people who have sacrificed to be able to provide for their children, whether they were vendors, whether they were shopkeepers, whether they were just persons who found a way to sacrifice and to do things that were necessary to put food on the table. And so I think we all share, regardless of where we have come from across this country, an understanding of the importance of that sacrifice, and that we are doing the right thing by way of this particular piece of legislation. I think we have also all shared in the importance of vendors outside of our schools, and certainly within our schools as well. Over the years, there are many stories of vendors who not only were vendors, but they actually played a part of the extended education stakeholder family by being able to watch you if your parents were late, or to make sure that you got on the bus safely, or as in many cases, if you didn't have enough money to make up to buy a snack, to be able to make sure that they catered to those particular children. So we've all been there. I don't think it's necessary to recite it, but I think that we all endorse the hard work that has gone in by these vendors in the past, and certainly our current vendors, in helping to build out Barbados and to be a very important fabric to our society. Now, I also recall, sir, that, you know, the Honorable Prime Minister was also the driving force too behind the improvements to Temple Yard, trying to give a better deal for the persons who were vendors in that particular space. I again recall the issues of lighting, the issues of the poor conditions that were there, the deterioration of the conditions, and our commitment prior to the last election that we were going to revitalize that area. And again, that was a promise made, and it has been a promise that we have kept, and I believe that, yeah, we will continue to do so across the country. The Labour Party has also been at the forefront of the development of the Cheapside Market as well. Obviously, the area at Bay Gardens, I believe in Dover as well, we've helped to build out those areas for vendors who, prior to what most young people see now, again, were just playing their trade in areas. People settled in areas because of whether economic activity through tourists, or because they were located near to a bus stand or a van stand, and as a result of which they went to areas where obviously the public was traversing in order to be able to sell and to generate an income for their family. We've also been a party, sir, that has provided the redevelopment of our fishing villages. And again, this legislation takes into account not just the traditional vendor that we think of selling fruits and vegetables, but also takes into account those who are also fish vendors. And therefore that, I think that concept of trying to be all embracing, taking into account the fruits and the vegetables, the fish vendors, you know, and even the beach vendors as well who are selling craft, I think, again, this gives this legislation an all-encompassing look at the vending community, not trying to just single out any one area, but looking at all of the various individuals who make up the vending class. Now, We have also been the party who has made sure that the blue economy, under which the fish vendors are captured, has also become a ministry, a dedicated ministry that is now helping to build out a class of persons, not just fishermen, but also the people who are vending the fish as well. And so you've seen since coming to office the improvement of conditions at a number of areas, modernizing facilities, whether it's at Pile Bay, in the Borinda, Cox Market as well. You saw vendors moving from car parks into kiosks, and even to the extent of trying to ensure that they were properly secured, we've seen the installation of security cameras as well. And similar activities have been taking place at the Tent Bay Fish Market also, Mr. Speaker. But we've gone a step further, and in the course of what I will say this afternoon, sir, I want to put this in a context that this journey, while we are debating this piece of legislation today, this journey did not start today. This journey didn't start on the day that we became a republic. But this has been a long journey of an administration that has understood not only from whence we have come in relation to the labor movement, but also has understood that we have to make life better for our people, all people, not just Barbados Labour Party people, but all people of all walks of life. And we have done so, sir, by trying to carve out opportunities for people who, prior to independence, certainly did not have a lot of those opportunities presented to them. So when we came to office, we had the project called the Building Blocks Project. And what is interesting is that, you know, we talk a lot about how we took youngsters off the block and we gave them an opportunity to have a space created where they were able to play their trade, where they were able to get into selling things. Well, the truth of the matter is that is a deeper extension of the whole concept of trying to empower people, to make people entrepreneurs, but also for those who are interested in selling or were actually selling, to give them an opportunity in a more aesthetic environment to be able to play their trade. And so we started this process since 2018. We've had a number of building blocks projects created across communities. Even in St. Michael Southeast, sir, I was fortunate to have the Parkinson project, the building blocks project at Parkinson Field, taking young men and women off of the block and basically empowering them not only through training programs, but also now working with them to be able to establish their businesses within the community. And I know that others here have benefited from that. I believe that is also a signal to the vending community as well, that this administration is serious about ensuring that there is a space carved out for people who are interested in being entrepreneurial, who are interested in making a living for themselves and their families. But it wasn't only the building blocks project, sir. I recall as well the Spring Garden project, where we saw for the first time in a long time the build out of a number of kiosks for vendors on the Spring Garden Highway. I grew up just in Brandon, so for me it was quite a historic moment as well to see a number of vendors being able to have the opportunity to be in what I consider to be one of the most picturesque areas on that coast, certainly as it relates to both the community aspect, but also the environment in relation to tourism on the other side. And so, sir, the history is there in terms of what we know to be the right thing that we have to do in order to make wrong things right, as I've said before. And I therefore want to focus my attention briefly on one of the aspects that the Honourable Minister spoke to earlier when he introduced the bill, which is the aspect of how this relates to the persons who sell outside of our schools. And I bring it there as Minister of Education, sir, because I think you may recall that probably about 2 years ago, there was an incident which had caught the attention of the press, where there were concerns about an elderly lady who had been working at one of our schools, our secondary schools, for several years, and she had been given a directive to be removed from the premises and to play her trade on the outside. And I mean, that was, again, another encounter with Barvin, and I had the opportunity then to work with them to be able to find a solution to obviously ensuring that persons who were vending were actually still allowed to be able to be part of the school plan. Coming out of that, we had initial discussions as to regularizing, as we go forward, vendors across our school plans. Now, this is always a ticklish issue because there are some that feel that when you start to talk about regularizing vendors at the school plans, that you're trying to stop people from being able to participate in economic activity. But quite the contrary, sir, because I think that what we are recognizing and what this new deal is also about is a mental shift in how we treat to what is also sold. Not only what is imported, but also what is sold. And that when we empower our people to engage in entrepreneurial activity, we also have to be teaching as well now about healthy eating. We also have to be teaching our children about what they are purchasing in terms of snacks. We have to be creating an environment in which people are making choices based on what are the contents and what is being sold, but equally that our vendors are now also properly educated about the role that they must now play within our society as well. You see, we talk about us coming from a slave society. I mean, if you look at every country in the Caribbean, there's some variation of how you create what we call in Bajan terms bakes. The Trinidadians might put a little coconut in it, and you know, it tastes a little grainy. You're gonna have the Jamaicans who are gonna be a little bit bigger inside and puffed up because they put in the baking soda. But again, sugar is at the content of what is a bake. In Barbados, our bakes may be a little bit flatter. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that I'm an excellent bake maker, so I have studied this thing well. Yes, indeed, I know what I'm talking about.
So you know the floats in St. Lucia?
That is correct. And so I can go on, and that is what, if you look at what were the basic things that, as in a slave society, that was available to the slaves, it was sugar, it was flour, it was water. It was easy to make, and that is why, you know, the distinction in each of the territories, they may have added a different flavor to it, they may have done it a different way, but at the core of it were the very things which now contribute to a lot of our chronic non-communicable diseases. And therefore, as we enter this new era, where we are rethinking not only our future, but we are also, you know, trying to look back on our past to see where we have gone wrong, I think it is important that our vendors are part of the changes that are necessary in order to help the next generation to not be certainly not to have us becoming a diabetes capital of the region. And I know that back in 2015, for instance, there was a Health of the Nation survey which showed that 1 in 10 adults had a non-communicable disease, and that 80% of our men and 90% of our women had at least one risk factor, and up to 1/3 of our adults were being managed for at least one chronic non-communicable disease, sir. I suspect that especially with this pandemic, where our students have been at home, not engaging in physical activity as they would have before, even some of our adults are also not being able to get out as before, and certainly spending long hours in front of the computer. What is now required of us, sir, as we make the attempts now to go back into school next year, is that our vendors are working with us as not only the Ministry of Education, but the Ministry of Health as well, to be able to look at some of the things, the products that are perhaps best recommended for our students, so that we do not add to an already difficult situation where the choices that children have to make are choices that are unhealthy for them and certainly are going to create other diseases and stuff as they go into their teenage years, sir. The other thing that we have to be mindful is that these chronic non-communicable diseases are the leading cause of deaths, accounting for about 83% of all deaths as far back as 2016. And again, I suspect if you take out COVID, we are probably, you know, we don't hear a lot about these diseases now because it feels as though every night on the news, the only thing that people in Barbados are dying from is COVID. But the truth of the matter is that these diseases are all still very real. And therefore, that responsibility with the passage of this bill is not just about the framework that we're creating to decriminalize a regime that may have existed previously, but it is also about empowering our vendors to start to rethink what they sell, to rethink what they grow, to rethink how they are going to be able to contribute to not only our national development, but certainly to reducing the levels of obesity that exist within our society, sir. I am mindful that this is always a difficult topic for people to digest, because I know as people start to think about going back to school, the first thing you run to when you go to the shop is to buy the snacks for the children. And I want to encourage parents, at this point, not only the vendors, but the parents as well, to think wisely about the types of snacks that you're purchasing for the children. We've introduced a number of Water Wednesdays, which really should be an entire week of drinking water. When we go back, we've also looked at the fact that a lot of our cafeterias now have to change some of the things that they are selling, because again, we recognize that going back into school, we have to be more sensitive to this period that we have now been going through. And therefore, it cannot be business as usual. And therefore, I want to put all on notice that from the Ministry of Education's end, we will be treating very seriously to even things like the fundraising activities where you're selling ice cream and you're selling lollipops and you're feeding students a diet which is unhealthy and only compounding the problem. Now, I come from a generation, I was raised where you take things in moderation. Not that you don't have the ice cream and you don't have the lollipop, but you make sure that you have a portion of vegetables and you have a portion of fruits and you have a portion of water and things that are healthy, also complementing whatever you're eating. So I will never say let us erase these things, these unhealthy things, but I will simply say that we have to change the diet of this country. We have to start with our youth, but we also have to change the mindset of the persons who sell the foods, the persons who import the foods, and we also have to change the mindsets of our parents as well as those within our institutions who also take advantage of the opportunity to be able to sell as well. Now, the Honorable Minister would have indicated that while not specifically mentioned in the Act as a vending zone, that the schools will be treated in that way for the purposes of this legislation. And therefore, I anticipate that those vendors who would already have been working with our schools, in particular our secondary schools, where they would have gone through the Board of Management, would have the opportunity when we highlight to them that we want to designate specific areas, that they will now be able to make the necessary representations for inclusion of those schools as national vending zones. Of course, the minister has the ability to set certain conditions, and I believe some of those conditions will also speak to recommended snacks that need to be sold at our schools. We've had a long period out of the school plan. I don't think there can be any argument that people have stock sitting down and therefore they're not able to get rid of the stock. I think we are starting the slate clean when we return to school in the new year, and I believe that it has to be a national effort now for us to be able to really ensure that our students are eating the right things and doing the right things within this particular climate. So I look forward to having those discussions with the minister and the National Vending Committee in relation to what are the things that the Ministry of Education envisages for the school plans and certainly for our relationship with our vendors. I note that the Honourable Member for St. George North had mentioned the issue of alcohol, and I understand the historical argument and the perspective that has been put, but I would want to say that in particular in relation to schools, I would not want a situation where we do not indicate to the persons who are applying for a license that we expect of them that they will not be engaging in the use of alcohol. There are some things, especially in relation to our children and those who sell around our children and work around our children, that you have to put in writing. I have heard the Honorable Prime Minister often say, I believe it was the late Bernard St. John, that used to speak to the fact that you needed to, there was a time when you didn't have to put things in writing, but a time has now come where it is almost as though you have to put everything in writing in order to make it crystal clear what are the expectations from people. And therefore, obviously, one of our conditions, and I can say that without any consultation, that we would expect of people who sell around our school plants, that they're not using alcohol because of the influence on our children. The same way that we would not expect them, and the law will take care of it in a different way, that they will be selling any illegal drugs around the students as well. There are certain things that we must insist on to protect those who are most vulnerable in our society, and therefore there will always be those conditions that will have to apply in relation to persons who are selling around the schools. I believe, sir, that this is a perfect opportunity for us to rethink this whole aspect of vending and to be able to, again, and I keep saying it, to make wrong things right in our society. We don't become what we think unless we also actually do what we think. And therefore, becoming a republic is just what it is, just becoming the republic. What we now have to do as citizens is actually bring that into action and actually believe what we are doing and actually start to act on what we are saying that we're going to do. I look forward, sir, to being able to teach in our schools the history of our vendors. As has been recited here by MP after MP today, it is clear that there is a history, a common history. Yes, Minister, the member for St. Thomas is always quick to point out about the issue of civics, but I'm also pleased to say that we've taken the opportunity to rethink our curriculum, in particular in relation to history. And shortly, we will be introducing into the schools a revised history curriculum, which has had the consultation of a number of historians, but also has had the level of engagement at the level of the University of the West Indies as well. And the reason for that, sir, is because it was almost as though we knew that the Republic was coming and that we had to make sure that our young people were seized of the necessary information upon which to continue to build out this country. But there are a number of aspects that we've spoken about in the last few weeks in terms of how we have gotten to this point that will now be included in the new curriculum, in particular in relation to the area of history. And therefore, as we look forward to that point when the new curriculum comes, I expect that we will be able to teach as well about the importance of our vendors, the role that they have played, and the fact that in the first piece of legislation that we've been able to introduce into this parliament on becoming a republic was a national vending bill. I think that is a historic moment. I think that is something that when we look back on this moment several years from now, it is certainly something I believe that will be spoken about. The truth is, sir, that this piece of legislation, while it sets the framework, also has to have another context, and it is also about teaching the entrepreneurship from within the schools, making sure that our young people understand not just about vending, but also being able to have ideas that they can help to make a reality in relation to being able to know what to do with their money when they earn their money from whatever it is that they sell. They need to see the opportunity for being a vendor as something that they can make a living from and a viable living. And that is why, with my colleague, we will also be introducing into the schools financial literacy to give young people that additional opportunity to understand how to make money work for them as well. So the debate today, sir, is not really just about where we have come from, but I think it is also signaling to us where we also have to go. And certainly I have the responsibility for the nation's children, and therefore I give my commitment that this piece of legislation and the significance, certainly, sir, of this day as well will not be lost on the minds of our young people as we move forward. Training opportunities are going to have to be put in place to help the vendors. The Ministry of Education is committed with the Honourable Minister's ministry as well, that we will assist in whatever way we can to help our vendors to understand not just what they should sell, but to work with you to be able to help with all of the programs that are necessary to help them. And that really, for me, is what the New Deal is about. It isn't about a piece of legislation alone. It is about our working together as partner ministries to be able to help to strengthen the regime that exists. I too want to just endorse the comments of the member who spoke before me in relation to really giving teeth to this legislation, because I do feel that we cannot create another bureaucratic process that doesn't work for the very people that is intended to serve. We have tried to bring to this House, and we brought to this House, legislation to assist with the liquor licenses to try to make that regime a lot simpler. We're now bringing the vending legislation to simplify the process, sir. We've not, I don't think, been able to really test the liquor license legislation fully since Barbados is not fully reopened. Yeah, it will be in place by January. But the simple point remains that our task is not only to pass legislation, but to make legislation work for our people. And that is the real test of whether what we are doing today is going to be working. And I look forward, sir, to us. It's not always going to be easy. Just like COVID, there's no playbook for us to work from. But I do feel that the synergies that we are creating across ministries is helping to put a different color and a different flavor to what it is that we're doing, sir. So I just want to say, sir, in closing, as I said, I didn't intend to stay too long, but I just want to say in closing that I totally support this piece of legislation. I believe that the people in St. Michael Southeast too will benefit. I certainly have in a sense preempted this legislation by trying to ensure that there are several spaces across the constituency which I have recognized needed cleaning. We have cleaned those areas, sir. We have given with the assistance of the National Housing Corporation, we've given a number of persons the opportunity to be able to develop those lands into agriculture, and with the assistance of the Honorable Minister responsible for small business, I look forward to being able to create spaces in those communities where people can certainly move their produce from the field and be able to sell it within their communities, sir, because at the core of what we're doing, we have to recognize that everybody can't get to Bridgetown. Everybody's not going to get to Speightstown to be able to play their trade. And so a part of the vision has to also be building out communities where people can move from home and be able to go and set up what they're doing in a lay-by area, as the Honorable Minister has promised me, that will come to St. Michael Southeast, hopefully, once the finances are available in the fullness of time, sir. And I look forward to that opportunity to be able to encourage that level of entrepreneurial activity within densely populated communities where it is just simply not logical for people to have to constantly ply their trade from in the city centers, but would make more sense for them to have strategic locations where they can engage in these types of activities. So again, another significant achievement, and so with those few words, I am grateful to you.
Honorary member for St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in full support of this resolution here before this Parliament on the report of the National Vending Committee. This week has been a phenomenal week for this country, sir. This week stands as one in which every Barbadian, citizen by birth, descent, marriage, naturalization, should be proud, extremely proud of what has developed in terms of our country and our people. We of course transitioned after 55 years of independence, political independence, into republic status, sir. It is said that sometimes you have to wait long for good things to come about. I've said before that, in my opinion, we are over 2 decades too late, but it has come about finally, sir. And, I couldn't feel prouder as a parliamentarian giving a new oath as I did on Tuesday. So I've said on previous occasions that giving an oath of allegiance to the Queen, her successors and heirs, quite frankly, has been perhaps the most hypocritical action I've ever had to take in my political life. But of course, I could not come into this Parliament unless I swore that oath. I've been in contact, sir, with, up to this morning, with my colleagues in Jamaica, who I would have gone to law faculty with, 40 years ago now, sir, as a student. And, you know, they are essentially calling on their government as their former Prime Minister, the most honorable P.J. Patterson has written to both the present Prime Minister and the present leader of the opposition in Jamaica, calling on Jamaica to take the step to Republican status next year, which will be their 60th year of anniversary. St. Lucia, sir, the former Prime Minister, still Member of Parliament, Dr. Kenny Anthony, who would have been in law faculty with me, sir, and of course I used to tutor in the Faculty of Law when he was head of the law faculty, teaching department. He as well has called on the present government, of which he is a part, to try and take St. Lucia into the Republican status. What we did this week, sir, will hopefully be the impetus for the remaining 7 CARICOM states which are still under the British monarchy as head of state to move towards Republican status, sir. And what we're doing today, sir, in terms of effectively giving passage to the National Vending Bill is part of the whole thrust of a Republican status, of creating or continuing to further the creation of a just and equitable society for all in this country. It is a revolutionary act, sir, as is the custom for Barbados Labour Party governments, whether it was the Right to Vote Act, the Voting Rights Act in 1950, whether it was Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act, 1981, early 1980s. This act, sir, is also revolutionary. And, sir, you know, we, the majority people in this country, black people, 95% of the population in this country, sir, before we were yoked by the British colonial power in the early 1600s for the passage of over 200 years until the slave trade was abolished in 1807, our ancestors were primary vendors. One of the most established vending societies in the world is in Ghana, West Africa, sir. Accra and other other cities in Ghana and other parts of Ghana. We were natural vendors. We were transported here to the Caribbean from Africa in a middle passage in what represented the most inhuman and most criminal act of man against man in the history of this world. And as we know, sir, part of the subjugation of our people was the decriminalization of vending, something which we had been accustomed to be doing in the country where we originated from, in the continent where we originated from. And I have to as well, sir, give commendation to Sir Hilary Becku, sir. His name, sir, I believe has been called today many times, and I believe he would be in the report as well, his name, for increasing the awareness of the public of Barbados, I think from over 2 decades ago, sir, maybe as much as 3, as to the effect of the criminalization of vending on the psyche, on the socio-economic development of our people, sir. That in 1695, after this parliament, sir, or the parliament, the then Parliament of Barbados, passed, in fact, the first slave code in the world in 1661, this Parliament of Barbados started to criminalize vending, sir. And you know, sir, I must say this, you know, some people in this country boast about how we have the 3rd oldest parliament in Barbados, in the Commonwealth, and in the late 1980s, 1980s, I think it was, this parliament passed resolution celebrating the 300th anniversary or 350th anniversary, I think it was, of the Parliament of Barbados. At the time, I felt that was a farce, that was an insult, because that was only a parliament in name, because a parliament, as this parliament is doing, sir, and as this parliament under Barbados Labour Party administrations has continuously done, is supposed to do good by the people, supposed to advance the socio-economic and psychological development of the people of Barbados. Those parliaments never did that. So from 1695, we see the criminalization of vending, sir, to continue and to perpetuate the subjugation and dehumanization of black people, right through, sir, to the last century. And this is a proud moment where this parliament is decriminalizing vending and putting in place administrative penalties, I think of a maximum of $500 for breaching any regulations or conditions which will be stipulated in the National Vending Act. This is part of the development of our people. This act will facilitate a new entrepreneurial development of our people. It will enfranchise our people economically, empower ordinary Barbadians, because so many of our people depend on self-employment, on vending, to sustain their families, to sustain themselves, as has been said. And I believe, sir, each and every member of this parliament could speak to a relative in the past who has been involved in vending, sir. In my case, it was my aunt, my father's sister, who was, as we describe them, a hawker in Cheapside markets. I remember going to her many times after school on my way home by bus, and you know, she giving me some nuts. You know, she lived in Barbary Hill, now departed. And so I have a personal connection with what is happening here today. I am particularly pleased about the creation of the vending zones, as other members have said, that novel initiative. And the whole issue here, sir, is to facilitate the establishment of vending in this country. I mean, we know, sir, the obstacles that would have been put in place against our people to get vending licenses, the bureaucratic system that they had. I was chairman, of course, of the National Conservation Commission, a quarter century ago, sir, and you used to have members of parliament writing me, they were like a license for XY of X address in their constituency, sir, and you pass it on to the management of NCC, and you wait a whole month or more before you get a response. I myself too, sir, of course, then when I became a member of parliament, you're writing NCC for license for constituents, since of course I am the parliamentary representative of a coastal constituency. And you may or may not get awarded the license on behalf of your constituent. So there was politics involved, no doubt, in the issuance of these licenses. This act, of which we are debating the resolution today, seeks to remove the politics involved in this whole process, and where you are given a license on merit, the only restriction being if there is no space within the vending zone full already, and in which case the act speaks about, or the bill speaks about, seeking a different area with your consent where you can go and vend. This is tremendous, sir. And in an age where, of course, we have sustained higher unemployment ratios than we had hoped for because of the last 21 months of COVID, where our unemployment rate right now is about 17% after we had it down to below 10%, sir. It is critical that we create the opportunity for our constituents to be able to earn a decent living, to try to come out of the cycle and the generational poverty which they have experienced to a large extent, sir, because of the setup of our legislation under a colonial parliament, sir, and to try to come out of a cycle where some persons, and I'm not giving it any excuse for them, feel that they have to get into criminal activity. And sir, the provision is also made for the first time legislatively for itinerant vending. This is important, sir, because of a lot of our people are itinerant vendors, moving from place to place, selling food, selling items, sir. Provision is made in the act for that. And this represents a tremendous opportunity for our people. Sir, today, in fact, is the World Day for Persons with Disabilities. And there are many people over the years in this country who have had some form of disability, who have been vendors, sir. Whether immobility issues, whether hearing impairments, sir. And this, what we're doing today, represents an opportunity for them to better their standard of living. I think the theme for today, World Disabilities Day, sir, includes leadership, and it speaks towards inclusiveness of people with disabilities in a post-COVID society. We have heard the word mentioned today, I think firstly by the Honorable Minister who presented, who opened this debate, who has to be commended for his enterprise and the drive in which he has led this process. Following on, of course, from the Honorable Member for St. George North, who would have started this process, we heard him speak on the issue of affirmative action, which is required. St. George South, who would have started the process, and we heard the Honorable Member for St. James Central today speak of the need for affirmative action and what the whole policy construct of this piece of legislation is seeking to do, sir. And of course, this Parliament has the opportunity, as it has been doing, to bring affirmative action for people with disabilities, not only with this bill, but in the creation of a separate piece of disabilities legislation, because that is the only way people who are the most vulnerable in this country can really and truly get a leg up and be given and be part of the just and equal society that we are seeking to create. The issue, sir, of the link between vending and other aspects of our economy and society has been mentioned and spoken to today, and I want to associate myself with those sentiments, because vending now creates a greater opportunity for the development of culture, for our tourism, for our agriculture, sir. All of this is interlinked. So we speak towards appeals against ministerial decisions and decisions of the tribunal which is created under or which will be created under this piece of legislation. Very important, sir. We have Administrative Justice Act, and an individual who feels that they are aggrieved by ministerial or bureaucratic decision must have an opportunity to appeal, and you have the right to appeal up to a judge in chambers, sir. And this, of course, certainly gives the perception to the public that they have a right, if they feel unfair by those in authority, to seek justice if they feel that the decision is wrong, to a judge, sir, an independent, of course, non-political entity being the judiciary. So what is also tremendously visionary is the expungement of records under Clause 36 of the bill. The fact that the records from henceforth, when this bill is enacted into the law, that persons who were convicted previously under the previous act for offenses relating to vending, that their criminal record would be expunged, sir. I don't believe I'll tell in tales out of cabinet, but I feel proud that I believe when I was in cabinet, I was the person who first initiated that concept, sir, as well, in terms of if and when this parliament legalizes or decriminalizes marijuana for personal use as well, sir. It is within that context to expunge the records of persons who would have been convicted previously. This is very important, sir, in a country such as ours, where 85% of the jobs rely on a clean, quote-unquote, police certificate of character to be able to get you a job. So offenses or convictions, such as convictions for vending, for just trying your best to earn a livelihood for yourself and your children and your family, your mother, your father, were put on a criminal record to go with you for the rest of your life, to prevent you from getting a job within the mainstream if you applied for that in the future, to prevent you from getting a visa, for example, to go to the United States of America to see your brother or your mother or your child up there, sir. This is part of what this government is trying to do, and which it must do, because we owe our people this kind of situation. I mean, we have situations where the Royal Barbados Police Force, and it has been mentioned in here earlier today, that we're happy that the word royal has been removed, of course, and forced, because our entities, such as the police, have to be of service to our people. Our institutions, such as the judiciary, the magistracy, that used to impose criminal penalties and jail sentences on people for vending, has to understand that in 2021, going forward, they have to be instruments of justice and fairness to people, sir, and not to penalize people. And I look forward to, of course, the issue of traffic offenses as well being decriminalized, and administrative penalties coming in there for breach of traffic offenses. And the Honorable Member for St. Michael South Central, when she spoke earlier this evening, spoke about the need to create a system whereby these administrative penalties are payable online. Very important, sir, in terms of what we're trying to do. And I look forward to the day when not only any administrative penalties under this act would be payable online, there will be that facility, but also traffic offense administrative penalties as well. We have, sir, that this act will come into force on a date to be fixed by proclamation. Sir, I don't know if the Honourable Minister would have spoken in terms of when he is reasonably expecting that this bill would come into force and become part of our law, or if he would say that in his wrap-up. But certainly, sir, I could not end my presentation without giving a plug for vending zones in my constituency, sir. We have many areas in St. James North where vending zones could be created. As I said, of course, as we all know, St. James North is a coastal constituency, sir. We have area, and we need vending zones both down bottom on the coast and up above in Sion Hill area, Rotterdam, the Waymaston Hall, sir. I would have written the Honourable Minister of Housing about 3 months ago on the issue of the old fire station at Weston, which the last government unceremoniously and unwisely closed down in May 2017. There has been no use for this building after 3.5 years. We need to do something to make use of this building for the benefit of the people. One of the defects in government, and when I say government now, government by both political parties, as I think all of us recognize, is that we have let government buildings which are now owned by the state as opposed by the crown, fall in disrepair. And we have the opportunity to do something with the old fire station at Weston. I wrote the Honourable Housing Minister, who is Minister for Maintenance too, about utilizing some of this building for commercial purposes, vending purposes, for the benefit of the constituents and for the people, so they can make a dollar, sir. I haven't got a response yet. I really look forward and urge that response. Some of the building as well could be used to advance skill acquisition by the people of my constituency, because that is another issue, sir. We have too many young people in this country without the requisite skills to be able to sustain themselves in either employment or self-employment. So I look forward to some decision taken by the Ministry of Housing, by the Cabinet of Barbados, for that old fire station building and for the creation of vending zones in the constituency of St. James North. But I am in fully support of this bill, sir, of this resolution rather. Look forward to the enactment of the legislation as part of another platform, another construct by this Barbados Labour Party government to create an inclusive society in this country, a society where everybody could actively participate in the economy of this country, no matter what circumstances of birth they may have had. and where everyone has the opportunity to fulfill their talents and their ambitions. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honorable Member Christchurch East.
Sir, I saw the look in your eyes like another stop in the never-ending train. But sir, it is important for some things that your voice do get on the record. I listened, sir, with dismay. If I showed you my notes I have here, sir, I listened with dismay as the Honorable Leader of Government Business and then the Honorable Member for St. James North spoke as I crossed off, crossed off, and crossed off, not intending to repeat. But I'll just say this, sir. This is a fantastic concept. It is an admirable policy. I strongly commend the Honorable Member for St. James Central, who brought this matter, sir, before the House finally. It is something that we spoke about, we committed to the people of Barbados. I think the entire cabinet and the entire party was hell-bent on seeing this happen before we crested the end of this year. And the position was taken that we had to do a lot of symbolic things that signaled our great transition from a constitutional monarchy to a parliamentary republic. And things need to follow in line that show we're not just taking a step in vain, but we're taking a step that means something. There's shifts in perspective that comes with that. There are policy corrections that need to be made. The policy that informed slavery was corrected many years ago, sir, but the mentality that we took with us, where we still bowed in deference to someone because they were white, is something that plagues us up to now. I mean, we do have an ingrained perception, sir, that white is right, and that what is local is somehow inferior to what comes from overseas. And I'm glad that we have embraced the last week in the way that we did. Some people were doubtful, but I think most of Barbados, sir, is actually on board. And I wish at this point in time, sir, to take the opportunity to commend our new national hero, Rihanna. It was a bold step by the government, and I think that she is entirely worthy of that accolade. And we need to stop looking and limiting people because they're young. We need to stop looking at people and limiting them because they're black. We need to stop looking at people and limiting them because they're Barbadian. There's nothing I hate more than to hear somebody say they did well for Barbadian. It's an athletics competition. They came third, they did well for Bajan. As if somehow we're expected to not break a glass ceiling. We're expected to be at the bottom of the barrel. In law, sir, we have a phrase, res ipsa loquitur, and that phrase means the thing speaks for itself. I think if we look at the Most Honorable Her Excellency Robin Rihanna Fenty, and we look at what she has done, and we look at where she is in the world, and we look at what she's achieved, and we look at what she's donated, and we look at what she's inspired, and we look at who she's brought along, and we look at what she's done for the image of Barbados globally, then quite frankly, all of the criteria that informs someone being held in the esteem of a national hero have been ticked off. So let us not hear, sir, that because she's young. Let us not hear that because she's still alive. Let us recognize our people for what they have done and for what their worth is, as opposed to trying to heap accolades on people after they've passed and in no position to enjoy them or appreciate them for themselves. So having gotten that off my chest, sir, I just wish, sir, I started by saying this is admirable policy by the government, but quite often we have a disconnect between policy and execution. We pass laws, they come into force, but those who are responsible for carrying them out are seeing that the intent and the spirit of the legislation is actually obeyed and adhered to and upheld. Do not do it. I had the same issue, sir, when we changed a policy of the government that required persons to remove religious head covering for photographs. So it allowed, the policy of the government now allows Muslim ladies, Rastafarian ladies, spiritual Baptist ladies, or men, whoever legitimately requires a head covering for modesty reasons for their religion, they can wear it for an official photograph once certain guidelines are met. But having done that, sir, we still are persecuted, and we still get the examples of persons going to government departments and being asked to take off their headgear. So while it was an admirable policy, it is being frustrated in some instances. I would like this to not be that. This was done for a reason. We wanted to end years, decades, centuries of persecution against itinerant vendors, against persons who are trying to earn money by the sweat of their brow. Sir, I went to St. Giles Primary School. And I don't know if you know the road between what used to be the girls' school and the boys' school. It is a narrow road, sir. The road is probably as wide as between the Honorable Member for St. Lucie and the Honorable Member for St. James North. And there were two ladies, sir. One's name was Pearl. I can't remember the other one. Pearl was the one I used to buy stuff from because Pearl used to give me stuff. But those two ladies scotched on their little stool on the road. They were not allowed to step up onto the pasture for the St. Giles Boys' School. So they scotched on the road, outside the fence, right opposite the girls' school, because they could not even go into the driveway area of the girls' school. And it made the road almost impossible. So a narrow road was made even more narrow by two large ladies playing their trade. And it said something, it didn't mean a lot to me then. It meant a lot to me as I got older. We put people at risk, and we say to them, you cannot come inside. Know your place. Stay out. That cuts the legitimacy of somebody who was there from the time I went to St. Giles. I went to St. Giles from the time I was 3 years old, sir. And there's somebody else in this chamber who was at school with me. I mean, I'll leave that alone. We were at school together. But from the time I went to St. Giles, they were there. When I left St. Giles, they were there. When I passed back to visit St. Giles when I was at Harrison College, the same women were there. And you cannot be in the same spot for 10 years and not be legitimate. If you're in the spot for 10 years, then you should be accorded some measure that warrants or that reflects the fact that you're part of the institution. Generations of children bought from you. Generations of parents passed by you with their children and stuff and bought Conquerors or Shirleys or something. You knew when school had started, because when the bell rang, the ladies packed up their trays and they went, and they came back at lunch. And then they went and they came back after school. So I hope that somewhere in there we remove not just the actual stigma in the legislation or in our laws, but also the perception of what these persons mean to us as a community and to children in many instances growing up. I'm focusing on them because other people have spoken about other things. And just anecdotally, sir, I always was in amazement that the ladies had a tray, a big, deep tray, and they would wrap a towel around their head, and then they would put the tray on top of their head, pick up the pigtail bucket that previously had in hog plums, pick up the pigtail bucket that had in golden apples, and then they would walk off with the two pigtail buckets and the tray. And if you happen to stop them, they'll never miss a sale. They would not tell you, I done for the day. If you stop and ask them, wait, you going, I want Conquerors. They'll rest down a pigtail bucket, sir, and they would go on top of the tray, and they knew where it was. And they would take it out without disturbing anything, give it to you, make the change, pick back at the pigtail bucket, and go off to where they came from. Sir, and balancing a stool, because they always had the stool. Sir, these are parts of our culture that I look back on, and I regret the fact that some youngsters will never actually see that. Some youngsters will never know what it is like to have somebody looking out for you when your mother comes for you late, or that person hangs around and makes sure that you're safe. They're not a part of your family, but you are part of theirs. So I ask that they be integrated, sir, not just in deed, not just in legislation, but be properly accommodated so they don't have to scotch. That's why I don't like, sir, I don't like the scotching. Now, to whom much is given, sir, much is also expected. And I want to put out something to especially the coconut vendors. I hope that the Honourable Member for St. James Central, sir, finds an appropriate place or accommodation is made for the coconut vendors, because quite frankly, they have done a lot to help Barbadians in coming off the soft drinks, because almost all Bajans now include coconut water in their diet. The unfortunate thing, sir, is that in many instances, when they're finished, the stuff is there. It makes the road impassable out there by Graham Hall, sir. If you're going at the highway, quite often the coconuts are spilling on to the road. And we, the government, are working with you. We're making you legit. We're trying to facilitate you in having a recognized profession that you can borrow on, that is recognized as something in the same way that any other job is. It will qualify. You can establish your income from your legitimate profession of vending and seek to get some sort of loan. Right? We are working with you. We need you also to work with us. And Minister Bradshaw did make the point that, sorry, the honourable member, the honourable leader of the opposition, sir. Thank you. So, sir, it is late in the night.
Correct.
And I'm tired. The honourable leader of government business, sir, did make the point that this is the perfect time for us to work with the vendors as well to try to control some of the NCDs, to try to put more healthy snacks in there, to try to control what it is you made. A frozen asakababi, sir, does not have to be oversweet. 10 spoons of sugar can probably easily be met with 8 and then 6. You taste adapt, but let us all work, sir, together to get what is right for those who purchase. The last thing, sir, is decriminalization. And the honourable member in front who last spoke, sir, spoke about the fact of expunging records. And I don't think a lot of people who are actually listening really understand the difference. We are not going to overlook when you do something wrong, because order still has to be kept. Rules have to be followed, otherwise it's total chaos. So what we're not prepared to do is criminalize your act of vending because you are outside of a specific area, because you don't have a license to do X or to do Y. But if you break the law otherwise, you still have to deal with that, because it is not you're not breaking a law against vending, you're breaking the law. But having said that, we are too quick in many instances to criminalize young people, to criminalize the average Barbadian. And back in the day when Bajans they used to travel, if you got a conviction, it might not have meant anything to you. If you got a conviction, but everybody know you're a good fellow, you might still get a job here, or so might still employ you in the shop and say, give you a chance. But for people who don't know us, the criminal conviction has no grade. If you have to get a visa from somewhere, they don't ask in many instances what was the conviction for. If you have a criminal record, the visa is not granted. It is as simple as that. So should somebody be crippled in their ability to go and travel from the earnings they've made as a vendor because they happen to be selling outside the hospital when they don't have a permit for selling outside the hospital? So that's nonsense. So I agree entirely with that part of it. But if the rules are set and you don't follow those rules that fall under the legislation or the provisions of the legislation, then you must still pay some sort of penalty. But while you pay a penalty and feel it in your pocket, it will not affect you in a major way as if you committed some sort of heinous crimes. We need to stop being so quick to criminalize our people. We need to stop being so quick to criminalize our young people, because they're not abstract people, they're Bajans. Who knows what the man that got a conviction for a spliff may have done with his life if he'd had a chance to travel and study. Who knows what the person who had a conviction for vending might have been able to do had they not had the conviction and been able to get a loan from a bank. So, along with all of what is encompassed in this legislation, sir, I particularly appreciate the fact that we've taken a policy position as a government to stop criminalizing our people for foolishness. If you do wrong, we will deal with you another way. If you do wrong that is the only thing that can be warranted is a criminal conviction, then you will get a conviction. But for everything that falls short of that, you must be given every chance to put yourself in the right, although you may feel it in some other way. So I applaud that, sir, and all of the other terms in the bill, and I just want to encourage our vendors, while you proceed, again, knowing that our government is backing you, knowing that the Honorable Minister who's responsible for small business and entrepreneurship is backing you 100%. Let's just follow the things that are within our control. Let's keep our spaces clean. Let us obey the COVID protocols, because we keep seeing vendors who are vending and they're not wearing a mask. Right? So let us all do what it is that we have to do so that we can make this legislation have as much impact as possible, and that nobody can point a finger saying, look, the government cutting slack to people who don't deserve it. The vendors deserve a chance, but they also have a responsibility to do what is right in the law to justify the chance that has been given by the government and by the Honorable Member for St. James Central. So having said those few words, sir, I wish to completely, 100%, wholeheartedly endorse this new legislation and to commend the minister who is responsible for bringing it. I thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your leave, sir, I would want to now wrap up this debate. I am mindful, sir, of the binary consideration. Sir, first is that today is Friday, and the second that it is almost 8 o'clock in the night, and I would not want to tarry unduly on the eve of a much anticipated weekend of respite. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to start by thanking all honorable members who have participated in this debate, and I say so sincerely. I know very often we thank honorable members just as a matter of course, but I do believe we had a very useful exchange of views on this matter. I want to just single out a few quick things. First of all, I want to give the assurance to all honorable members that your humble servant, sir, will write to each and every one of them with a view to soliciting their input into where they would want to make recommendations for vending zones in their constituencies. We took the position at the committee stage that we would want this to be as broad and purposive an exercise as is possible, as inclusive an exercise as possible. And therefore, sir, I will write to all honorable members, and I am sure all honorable members will eagerly respond. The second point I want to make, sir, is with respect to the matter raised by the honorable member who just took his seat, the coconut vendors. Now, obviously, sir, the vending zones, and I thought I had made this clear in my presentation, both the first time and the second, was that the vending zones, sir, are going to include that expanse of the highway, which is traditionally now the preserve of those people who are selling coconuts. It is not the sole place that people in Barbados sell coconuts from, but largely it happens. And clearly there will be vending zones along that highway. I want to say that very clearly. We have identified some sites together with the Ministry of Public Works, Transport and Works, and we have, sir, to just finalize those locations with the Cabinet and obviously with town planning. But Mr. Speaker, sir, the intention is, pursuant to Part 5 of this bill, which creates the rights and obligations, yes, there are rights given to vendors, but there are equally obligations. And in those obligations will be the requirements to behave and to conduct your business enterprise in a certain manner. And as is made clear already, there will be a set of consequential regulations upon the passage of this bill, which will then also treat to those details of how we would expect the vending zones to be operationalized, and the role and responsibility of those people who are licensed to operate therein will be outlined. Mr. Speaker, I want to move swiftly to the question of the appellate process, which was raised by a couple of honorable members, and I want to share their concerns completely. The appellate process cannot be allowed to become a bottleneck, certainly not under my watch, sir. Clause 5.2 and 5.4 of this Act create the opportunity for there to be licenses issued by, in one case it is the National Conservation Commission, I believe in the other case it might be the ministry responsible for either agriculture or fisheries. I can't remember off the top of my head. But the fact of the matter is, sir, out of abundance of caution, ex abundante cautelae, as they say, sir, we took the position that this cannot simply be a matter of these licenses being issued, but the question is how soon, and I elaborated on this point earlier. It is critical that we accept that this business that we are doing here is impacting on the business of people, the livelihood of small people, the most vulnerable of the community in many cases. And therefore, sir, it is important that the appellate process, in the same way that we have tied the administration and the delivery of a license to a 7-day period, and we put that in the legislation, you got to get that license in the person's hand in 7 days. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the same way the appellate process must work. It cannot become a humbug that is then subjected to delays and adjournments and so on. And I think it is vitally important that we do that. That's why I'm speaking to it here now, because I'm grateful it was raised. It is vitally important that we do that, sir. Otherwise, it becomes like the court system across Barbados. And once that unruly horse is allowed to start to run free, it is literally hell or hell to pull it back. And so, sir, I think it is necessary for us to recognize there's value in that concern that was raised. As a little boy, Mommy used to carry me to Sunday school, sir, and I think I've said this in the by-election St. George North. There was a hymn that I was forced to sing, and it never sat well with me. The rich man at his castle and the poor man at his gate. God made them high and lowly and ordered their estate. All things bright and beautiful. I believe that those lyrics have been taken out of the hymn now, sir. Thank God. And my view should never have been in the hymn. But, sir, I say that to say that a point was made about this being a better deal. I think the honourable member for Christchurch West Central described it as deal meaning drop everything and listen. And the leader of the opposition would have spoken to the need for there to be a better deal, not only for vendors, but for contractors and artisans. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this ministry that I have the privilege of leading has created a cooperative in Barbados for the first time for contractors and artisans. And I'm working with the Ministry of Housing to make sure that they get some work. Working with the Ministry of Education, the very first project that cooperative had was with the Ministry of Education at Springer School, sir, for them to get some work. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is an anathema. It will not sit well with me as minister. I cannot, and I want to be frank, I cannot control in any way, shape, or form all that happens across the length and breadth of government. But I want to give the leader of the opposition the assurance that it is not my style and will never be to see poor people being humbugged and frustrated unnecessarily. And so therefore, sir, that concern he raises, and he raised another one with regard to the taxis. And sometimes we forget. It was your humble servant, sir, who came here, well, not this place physically, but the Parliament, in 2019, and laid bare the tragedy that was taking place at the Bridgetown port, where one entity had 90% of the business in Barbados. I hazard a guess that COVID has returned us to the bad old days. And that entity, Mr. Speaker, sir, stood in contradistinction, a stark contrast to the 380 taxi drivers in the Bridgetown port who had about 5% of the business. And that was not a figure I pulled from my head, sir. That was research generated by the Barbados Tourism Product Authority. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to accept, well, not only by the BTPA, but in conjunction with an overseas agency, I can't remember the name of it. But Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to accept that part of the challenge that this particular administration has is that we are coming to equity and trying to do so with clean hands in the context of saying we want to fix some of the wrongs, the ills of society throughout time. And Mr. Speaker, the reality is it can't all be done overnight. But I don't need, respectfully, any tutelage on the matter of the injustice being meted out to taxi operation in this country. And I want to say, not telling any tale out of school, the Cabinet of Barbados very recently would have had to deliberate upon and pass a paper, approve a paper, brought by the Minister of Public Works on this particular matter of how we treat not only to the state of affairs with regard to the taxis and the deal that they must have, but Mr. Speaker, sir, the question of how we relate to rates. And let us be very frank. We can't continue to just say arbitrarily that we're going to set a tariff when we know, because if you want to have this debate, let's debate it. We know that this has been fluff, a sham, that you get in the airport taxi to go down to Bridgetown Port and you charge $60. You leave the Bridgetown Port to go up to the airport and you get in charge $100 because the port tariff different to the airport tariff. And Mr. Speaker, if that wasn't bad enough, I can go to the Hilton Hotel and get in a taxi there and go to Speightstown. And I would get charged according to their rate. I go to Accra and get in a taxi. I get charged according to another rate. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, sir, when you have gotten to the north of the island, Speightstown, and you want to go a little bit further up to North Point, it is a matter of whosoever will pay. Anything can happen after that point. Because there's no tariff there, you're just going freely along. So that, sir, we are not muddling about with this. And I want to caution the leader of the opposition. This is not the type of government, and certainly not the type of minister, who you're going to come to the crease and just edge the ball and expect that you can get applause because it finds its way to a boundary. You've got to come better than that. These things are loopholes in our socio-economic system that have existed for far too long. They are a humbug to me personally. They were a humbug to me as tourism minister. We engaged with the taxi services then and began the process. The honorable member who just entered the chamber is the minister responsible for transport and works, is well on his way to bringing the restitution and resolution of that matter. And I want to say equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's going to be done in the context of the new technology, which must see us move away from this nonsense about setting up a rate. But rather, sir, let us use the technology so that we say you have traveled X amount of miles, and a mile in a taxi in Barbados will cost XYZ dollars. Well, that's how it's done all around the world. And for too long, that only happened last week. That's been the case now. I traveled to the United States, England, all about for years, and as the metering was being done. People now doing the metering, sir, by way of the phone. And we are still languishing in the dark ages. And that is why, sir, the meticulous approach is being taken by this government of getting all of these issues corrected. I want to say, sir, that the same thing applies, in my judgment, to this matter of the ZRs and public service in Barbados. And one of the things that the Ministry of Commerce is exceptionally concerned about, and as long as I am Minister of Commerce, I'm going to say openly and frankly here for all to hear, that I will attack every bulwark, I will assault every rampart on this matter of people feeling that it is right to own a ZR or own a bus in Barbados and put somebody to run it for them and tell them that irrespective of the circumstances on the street, irrespective, Mr. Speaker, sir, of what the market can bear, irrespective of what the road traffic regulations require you to do, you bring in $400 for me at the end of this week or the end of this day. I don't care what else happened, I must see my 4 or 6 or whatever figure it is that you must bring in. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, those types of contracts are driving working class black men in Barbados to a position where they are on the fringe of breaking the law every day. in order to pay the body who's employing them and still have a little subsistence for themselves. It should have been said in this house a long time ago. It has to be confronted, sir. And as long as I'm Minister of Commerce, I'm going to confront it, because it is a wrong thing that we are doing to working class people when we know that there are people who build 3- and 4-story houses in Barbados, own a barrel of these vehicles, and are systematically exploiting their own. You can't blame the white man now. You can't blame the white man now, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is what we are doing to our own. And it is worse yet when some of them have come through this place as well. I ain't going no further at this point. I ain't going no further at this point, Mr. Speaker, sir. But I didn't want to start up tonight on that note. I'm mindful of the binary consideration, as I said. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other closing point I want to make is that there's obviously a need for us to have some sophistication to what we do in the vending business. I share completely the concern of honorable members with regard to the need for us to have the introduction of Wi-Fi technology in the vending zones and clustering. And I'm going to give you an example of what is on my mind. With the benefit and the blessing of the support of the honorable member for St. Michael West Central, I got his permanent secretary to walk with me along that highway, and we visited a place which we considered to be ideal for a certain type of food vending, a clustered approach to food vending, where we would have, sir, vendors of all types selling food and on a location, sir, similar to what is actually done in Worthing Court now in Christchurch. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is the type of clustered approach to the business of selling that we want to bring. We want to find ideal spots for certain types of things, bring people together so that they have an opportunity to have a display of a variety of aspects to that one theme of whether it is food, whether it is beverages, you name it. But, sir, to creatively lift the vending experience, that's what this is about. Equally, the honourable member for St. Michael's South Central is correct when she says that in addition to this, we got to find ways of creatively now financing micro businesses. And again, I must say this, sir. I must say it. As Minister of Commerce, I think it is something that we are now going to have to be more robust about. I have said to my permanent secretary this week, let the word go forth. I've said to my permanent secretary this week that it cannot continue to be in Barbados that we have people who are lending and in a predatory set of circumstances where interest is at 36%, an interest rate of 30-somebody%, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the smallest of people are being lured into arrangements to come and get out a loan for Christmas and paying back 30-somebody% on the loan. You are locking them into a debt trap early. And part of it has to be more financial literacy education. But equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, part of it must be the intervention of the state and a more robust Ministry of Commerce, similar to what exists in the United States of America, where we must now find the legislative teeth to intervene and rein in nonsense. Because if you get 36% on a loan, it will shortly be 40%. By the time you put in some admin charges, and then coming back down. And sir, we can't continue to allow this. And that is the reason why the honourable member is quite right. There must be a collateral registry in Barbados. Next week, Monday morning, Mr. Speaker, sir, the leader, the person who designed the collateral registry in Jamaica arrives in Barbados to have meetings with the credit union movement, have meetings with the central bank, have meetings with a number of other key personnel, including the corporate affairs department in Barbados. Because, sir, I am determined that we must get to the point where we have a registry in Barbados. I intend for it to be online. So I don't want to hear the issue about how you got to look for more people to employ. But we must be in a position, sir, to allow our small and micro businesses who have tools, who have equipment, who have accounts receivable, the farmers that got crops, but none of them have bricks and mortar assets to get a mortgage against. But they must get loans Because if they do not get loans, then we stifle them. As I've told my colleagues in cabinet, it is a form of asphyxiation. You will destroy the small businesses unless we find a way to finance them. And the imbeciles who look to find their way in here by just nitpicking and quarreling, quarrel their way from George Street to Parliament, that's how they believe it is done, tell you, oh, well, the government should provide more money. This year alone, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have extended more than $20 million of loans in financing to small businesses in Barbados. This year alone. And the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, the state can't do it by itself. The state, however, can find creative mechanisms. And one such mechanism, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to say to the mechanic in your constituency who got a little a business set up where in the back he has invested in a hoist that is worth, let us say, $20,000, that he has his tools, which collectively may be worth another $20,000, Mr. Speaker, sir, that he has accounts receivable, which collectively may amount to another $20,000. That, Skipper, you are sitting on $60,000 there in assets against which you can borrow the $30,000 that you want to borrow to advance your business a little more. But the reason why he can't use that, leverage that $60,000 in assets that he has there, sir, and as you well know from the practice of law, is that right now in Barbados there's no bank, there's no credit union, there's nobody who's going to take it. We have to also build out a secondary market in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir, so that our micro business people haven't been able to leverage their intellectual property, leverage their accounts receivable, leverage their plant, leverage their equipment, leverage, Mr. Speaker, sir, whatever else that they wish to use, vehicles, etc., are then able to trade those that security on a secondary market. If it is that they loan default and they hold in crops, we got to be able to sell the crops somewhere. These are the discussions that we have to have. The leader of the opposition must do what the leader of the opposition historically has done, not this leader, but the office holder. They must find ways of unraveling a debate, a bill, and finding its weaknesses. I have no difficulty with that, but I want to use the intervention made to make a few things clear. I now start. I want the honourable member to understand. I now start. There's a long road to travel, many miles to go before we sleep. This is a matter of liberating the people who sent us to this parliament. And it will be done, Mr. Speaker, sir. It will be done. I don't care who get vexed. They complained for me when I said that it was a tragedy that was unfolding in the Bridgetown port, and I've said it tonight again, so let them complain another time. And it is a tragedy on top of a tragedy, sir, when we go all out. All out. This country went further than any country on planet Earth with respect to accommodating the cruise line sector during the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, sir. And, sir, we have to be very candid about certain things. It is therefore incumbent for there to be a context within which now the discussions must take place that will allow for those people who are connected to the cruise industry but come from working class Barbados to be able to secure on board a ship the sale of the experience sold by the taxi driver or by the consortium of taxi drivers, so that the tour can be done on island, on shore, Barbados. That's what the conversation has to be about. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I left the Ministry of Tourism where the pilot was in place. I left the Ministry of Tourism where the pilot had started. The training of the taxis had been done. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am saying unequivocally, I am saying that we cannot allow the evolution of time during shutdown and pandemic or other things to unravel the reality that we came to confront. We came to confront and cannot take our eye off of this ball. The ball is, in stark, blunt terms, that there must be opportunity given to working class people in the Bridgetown port, and that the taxi operators are those working class people who must get a larger share of that pie. And that is, as far as I'm concerned, that is not a negotiable position. It is a small businessman's plea. And as minister responsible for that group of people and their interests, I have to make the plea and work. I don't think it becomes an overnight thing. It took us better part of centuries to get to where we get in this debate today. But Mr. Speaker, sir, it must be something that we continue to fight for and fight with. The Minister of Maritime Affairs and Blue Economy has been a stalwart partner in this exercise, and I'm sure will continue to be, because philosophically we are aligned on these matters. But Mr. Speaker, sir, it requires engagement, not only on island here in Barbados, but with the entire sector that comes to this country. It requires the training, as I said, of those people who are going to offer the tours. But it has to begin with a political will to make sure that we take those people along with us in this developmental trajectory. So I hear the leader of the opposition when he calls for a better deal. I want him to understand, I don't need to be tutored on the need for a better deal. The better deal must come. Prime Minister, Manley of Jamaica used to write a column in the Gleaner, I believe it was. Better must come. That was the name of his column. I say that to the leader of the opposition tonight. Better must come and will come. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't want to delay the House any further on this matter. As I said, I thank all honourable members who contributed. I think that we have had a very useful engagement, sir, and I want to move that this bill be now read. Sorry, that the resolution be now approved. I am obliged to you, sir.
Wait a second.
The question is that the resolution be approved. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the honourable member for St. George North be appointed chairman.
Not as yet, Honour. Please, wait. Yeah. Correct. You go second reading. Wait, second reading. Not yet.
So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the honourable member for St. George South be appointed chairman of committees.
No.
Temporary chairman of committees.
In accordance with the standing order 55.
Beg a second, sir.
The question is that the honourable member for St. George North be appointed temporary chairman of committees. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. It is so done. Honourable St. James Central.
Speaker, sir.
Wait, sir, not yet, please. Order number 4, sir. Order number 4, in the name of the Honourable Minister, to move the to resume the debate on the second reading of the National Vending Bill 2021.
Honourable Member St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at this point I beg to move that you now leave the chair.
No, that the bill be read a second time.
Sorry, I beg to move, sir, that the bill be read a second time.
Wait a second.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the bill be recommitted.
Are you second reading already?
Yes.
Right.
I beg to move, sir, that the bill be recommitted to committee.
Wait a second.
The question is that the bill be recommitted to committee. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
You can go now. You go, 20.
You go move, no, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that you now, Your Honor, now leave the chair. And the House be resolved into committee. Right.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
The House is now in committee.
Clause 17, recommitted.
Madam Chairman, in clause 17, I beg to move that clause 17(1)(a) be amended by inserting immediately after the words license the words or the permit.
Continue.
At clause 17(4), inserting a full stop after the second reference to the word assignment and deleting the words to the day notice period, which once appeared after the second reference to the word assignment. And in clause...
No, it's not yet. Not yet. Clause by clause.
Okay.
The question is that the clause 17 stand part. As amended stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 31 as amended.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that in clause 31 we delete the reference to the word crown and substitute the reference to the word state.
The question is that clause 31 as amended stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that you report to His Honor the Speaker the amendments made in committee. Pass it up.
Question is that I do report to...
Madam Chairman, permit me to rephrase, Madam Chairman. I beg to move that you report to His Honor the Speaker the passage of one bill in committee as amended.
Question is that I do report to His Honor the Speaker the passage of the amendments in committee. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill with amendments in committee.
Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a third time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the bill be passed and cited as the National Vending Act 2021.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be passed and so cited. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited.
Order number 3, sir. Order number 3. In the name of the Honorable Minister of Maritime Affairs and the Blue Economy to resume debate on the second reading of the Facilitation of International Maritime Traffic Bill 2021.
Mr. Speaker, sir,
Honourable member for St. James. Honourable member for St. Michael South.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I brought a bill here a few weeks ago on the facilitation of international maritime traffic. And in that bill, sir, we sought simply to expedite the process by which ships come into our port, sir, and to facilitate them, because currently they have to fill out a whole number of forms. We're making the process a lot less cumbersome. It's going to be a lot more attractive to the ships, sir. It is also the direction in which we are going to be able to facilitate business, as we did for the vendors. We're doing it for the ships as well, sir. And very quickly, let me just tell you in point form what the benefits of the FAL are before I wrap up this bill, sir. The benefits of the facilitation of international maritime traffic legislation is that it will reduce waiting times for visiting ships at berth. It will reduce fuel consumption, sir, while those ships are actually at berth, and consequently the pollution and the emissions from those ships. And we had a conversation today with some of the lines, sir, who are very happy with the idea that we're facilitating through the FAL. It's obviously going to reduce congestion in the port, and it's going to make it easier for releases of ships, sir, when they come into port, sir. We did this legislation, as I said before, with customs. We did it with immigration, port health, sir. It puts Barbados in a position where we are a lot more attractive than we are. It is the first, sir, in a series of pieces of legislation that will come to this House, sir, that will address what has been a deficiency in our shipping arrangements, sir. So, with those few words, sir, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Beg second.
Question is that the aforementioned bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that you do not leave the chair and that this House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
Beg second.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
What changes may just follow? Okay. The House is now in committee.
Part 1, clauses 1 through 4.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that clause 1, 2 to 4, stand part.
Beg second.
Question is that clauses 1, that part 1, he said clause 1. The question is that clause 1 through 4 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 5 to 8.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 5 to 8 stand part.
Beg second.
Question is that clauses 5 through 8 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 9 to 23.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 9 to 23 stand part.
Question is that clauses 9 to 23 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 24 to 26.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 24 to 26 stand part.
Beg second.
The question is that clause 24 to clause 26 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 27 to 33.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 27 to 33 stand part.
Beg second.
The question is that clauses 27 to 33 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, clauses 34 to 36.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 34 to 36 stand part.
Beg second.
The question is that clauses 34 to 37 stand part. 36 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 7, clauses 37 to clause 37.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 37 stand part.
Beg second.
The question is that clause 37 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 8, clauses 38 to 42.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 38 to 42 stand part.
Beg second.
The question is that clauses 38 to 42 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The first schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the first schedule be the schedule to the bill.
Beg second.
The question is that the first schedule be the schedule for the bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
Beg second.
Question is that the second schedule be the schedule for the bill.
I say second.
All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Third schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the third schedule be the schedule to the bill.
Beg second.
The question is that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Fourth schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule to the bill.
Beg second.
The question is that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule to the bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Fifth schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the fifth schedule be the fifth schedule to the bill.
Beg second.
The question is that the fifth schedule be the fifth schedule to the bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Sixth schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the sixth schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is,
Beg second.
the question is that the sixth schedule be the sixth schedule to the bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Seventh schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the seventh schedule be the seventh schedule to the bill.
The question,
Beg second.
the question is that the seventh schedule be the seventh schedule to the bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The eighth schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the eighth schedule be the schedule to the bill. To the eighth schedule to the bill, I apologize.
Question is that the 8th schedule be the 8th schedule to the bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
9th schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the name schedule be the name schedule to the bill.
Second.
The question is that the 9th schedule be the 9th schedule to the bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
10th schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the 10th schedule be the 10th schedule to the bill.
The question is that the 10th schedule be the 10th schedule to the bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do not report to the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee.
Second.
The question is that I do now report to the Speaker the passage of one bill in committee. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill in committee. Honorable member St. Michael South. The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a third time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this bill be now passed and be cited as the International Convention on the Facilitation of Maritime Traffic, the Act 2021.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be passed and so cited. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited. Honorable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, with that, we've come to the end of today's sitting. I beg to move the adjournment of the House until Tuesday, the 7th of December at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honorable chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 7th day of December at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 7th day of December at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.